Okay. Stream should be started. Let's see if it kicked up. Come on, buddy. Aha. Started. There we go. Okay. do. Chickens. Peep peep. Peep peep peep. Peep peep. Prep. Oh goodness. Hello. Oh my god, there's already 25 people watching here. Hey folks. Yeah. Thank you for joining the stream. I'm gonna personally be a bit quiet, but yes it is. Okay, good. Fantastic. Excellent. Everybody can hear me? Can you hear me? Clap. You can hear me, right? Chickens peep peep. I assume people could hear the chickens. Yes, ducks. Ducks go peep. Ducks go cluck. Let's see here. So yeah, I was doing some setup. Awesome. I was doing some setup and had my video footage with a very funny story behind it. Maybe we'll release a blooper later, but I completely ate shit while taking this footage because I rockied too hard in mimicking his stumble. I actually like smashed my knee and I was like, all right, that's the end of the takes. That's the take. I went and I Peter Griffined real hard. Like straight up curled up going, fuck you, Rocky. So, that's stashed somewhere now for posterity. Hello, new subscriber. Thank you for joining. Gonna try and get a little bit of this mister in here. So I should probably import the reference footage while I'm at it too. Look at the guy, rooster. Did I record it? Of course I did. It was for reference purposes. So everything was recorded of me smashing my knee and screaming. And going, oh, I can't afford to go see the doctor right now. Gotta do that. Suck it up. Any Ko-fi donations so that we can get a pizza would be very welcome. My Ko-fi is on the bottom right. I can, let me just, bloop, bloop, bloop. And now it's on the top right as well. So there you go. If you want to feed me, if you want to feed the animator. Some pizza money, it would be nice. Yeah, Honeycast! That was really fun. I had a good time with that. Ash Wagner, our Mitzi right now, is actually editing down the streams that we did for the patrons. And then she's gonna go over the streams, the stream that was the Kickstarter stream, which like lasted 12 hours. So, the pizza will feed her too, if you pizza. Thank you for reading the comic. Tracy Butler did an amazing job. Is the cat in the picture Rocky? Yes, thank you. I didn't make Lackadaisy. Tracy Butler it did. My name is Fable. I am the director. Um, has any of the Lackadaisy cast heard of Beastars? I fucking love Beastars. When the anime came out, I watched the first episode, and it was like the first and maybe second episode, and then the episode ended. I was like, what the fuck? So I jumped to the manga and just read everything up until the most recent chapters, and so I've been reading the manga and enjoying the anime as it came out, and I'm just super happy with the dub that showed up on Netflix. It was really good. I did not write the comic. I am the director for the short. I have Tracy's permission to stream to the official channel. We are going to be animating. I'm animating for you. Yeah, Legoshi and Louis, they're great. I actually love what's her name? The bunny character, Haru. Haru is one of my favorite anime characters in a while. She's really cool. I love how radically nihilistic she is. She's so snarky. Alright, I'm trying to import in my... Yeah, Haru is Jason Pizza. Thank you so much for the pizza, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sid. I'm trying to keep up with chat now. Rise of furries. Furries have been rising for a long time. It's just y'all just noticed. Since like the 90s, they've been coming on. Rocky's voice actor is Mike Kovac. He actually plays Angel Dust in Has Been Hotel. If you've ever heard Kovac speak, Rocky's voice is a slightly grittier version of that. Ah, dang it. The image is not importing in. Come on, please. Please do the thing. Come on. Just work, please. Behave for me. No. Harmony, why? I might have to. What's Has Been Hotel? Just look it up on YouTube. There's a bunch of people, and they're in hell, and the princess of hell says, hey, what if people didn't have to stay in hell? I'll make a halfway house so that people can, like, rehabilitate themselves out of hell. And then everybody laughs. Oh, fucking Harmony crashed. Shit. Why did you crash? 1 second. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Harmony decided it didn't want to be kind to me. It'll come back up in a second. Don't worry. I got this. I got this. Did it. I got this. Oh no, I got that stuck in my head. Alright, it's back. So I was trying to get my video reference in, but apparently the Toon Booms didn't like that. Let's try again. Maybe if I close it, it'll be better. Let's try. Okay, now it's doing its thing. Extracting audio. No, Mike's not here right now. Sure, Mike is probably fussing with his new computer. He just built a new computer. Has Been Hotel is fun as hell. Because it's in hell. Haha. And now I'm just trying to import the footage into the file. Sorry, I should have done this beforehand. Tips on drawing cats, because I can't get Rocky's head right. Look at cats. Draw the cat. Yes, there's Burb. Favorite character? Good question. I always like more of Zib. Zib is great. Wrinkles Incarnate is pretty fun. I love Seraphine. Pretty much every scene where there's Seraphine, it's just like the scene is about Seraphine. Yeah, Conyers are pretty sweet. Bird spin-off of Lackadaisy when... I don't know. For $1 million, all the characters will now be animated as birds. Lackadaisy, now with parrots. It's a fun comic. Tracy does an amazing job. You know, 3% done. Hopefully it doesn't crash before it finishes, like it did before. Birds spin-off. If anybody else wants to donate to the Pizza Fund to feed myself, Mitzi's voice actor, and my poor partner who just spent all night working on college homework. Which characters could we say are LGBT? I think it's been pretty much confirmed that Mordecai is ace. I'm repeating what I've heard from Tracy, so don't take anything I'm saying as like 100% canon, but I'm trying to repeat only stuff that she said. Mordecai is basically ace. Zib seems to swing both ways. Hey Newt, you're in! Newt, people are asking which characters are LGBT. Newt is our...
as soon as I heard pizza.
Pizza, yeah.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. But, so yeah, like I said, Mordecai is probably ace. Zib definitely goes both ways. Seraphine is question marks.
Yeah, that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Seraphine's alignment would probably be easier to describe if she lived in 2020, and less so in 1920. 26, anyway.
No, that's valid.
Yeah.
That's valid.
I'm gonna try not to speculate. I've already speculated plenty with folks. But yeah, Seraphine, many letters.
Let's see who we got. So canonically, we know that Zib has.
Yeah, okay.
As long as we're recording the Discord voice channel.
Yes, I am. It's desktop audio is coming through, so.
Oh, I gotcha. I'm just pulling up the stream so I can actually see chat as well. Give me the U-turns.
Please don't crash. Clicking the OK button. Don't crash. Someone says, I'd like to date Ivy. Yeah, Ivy is adorable. Wholesome. Ivy is not... Gay. Oh, Ivy is only superficially wholesome. How wholesome are you if you actively want to go out and do crimes? All because you want to dance on the dance floor. It's dead here. Better do some crimes so that I can get dancing. So it says, I would like to date Rocky. That is a mistake.
You will regret this decision.
That date would go so poorly. You would have one date. That would be the last date. If I was a cat in the Lackadaisy universe, what would your name and role be? Well, assuming that it's 1926, I think my life would probably be a lot different. Since the cat thing is, like, mostly an aesthetic, I guess it could... I'd be some sort of, like, hairy mutt of a cat. It'd be cool to be, like, a calico or something, you know?
It'd be neat.
I don't know, are there any calico cats in Lackadaisy? I haven't seen any.
No, there are not.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Oddly. Make me a calico. So the Gilly policy says, also Ivy, dances on body. Yeah. Sid Cam says, I can only imagine Rocky staring at his date like he did poor Wick. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear God, I think Harmony might have crashed. Okay, I might have to abandon the idea of importing in this particular snippet of video and just have it be, functioning outside of the program. So sorry for the second crash. I swear I'm gonna get started in a second. This thing is just bad. Who would win in a fight? Mordecai versus Freckle. Mordecai.
Mordecai, all the way.
Mordecai, hands down.
All the way. Doesn't matter who has a firearm. Doesn't matter who gets the drop.
Freckle
Mordecai
could have
just...
all of the guns, and Mordecai would still win. Mordecai only needs, like, one salad fork, and he would win. Seraphina's totes pan. Yeah, I can see it. Alright, it's back. I abandoned the idea of importing a second layer of video footage. I think maybe just Harmony doesn't like it. So I'm just gonna have it. You guys can't see it, my footage, but I can see it. Does Freckle die? In a fight? I mean, I think Freckle would probably be deceased pretty quick. I can't imagine that Mordecai would hold back at all. Tracy refused to answer last time. Maybe because, maybe it's spoilery to answer? I don't know. But I don't have an official answer for you. This is just me speculating. Alright.
That answer exists purely within the plot vault.
Yes. The plot vault. Carol Speed says, if Mordecai stepped on me, I'd thank him. I think he would avoid stepping on you, so. I'm sorry, but I don't think Mordecai would be a good dom daddy for anybody. It's only a look. I think he would skip right over you. You know, just lay down, face up, hoping to get stepped on, and he'd just be like, skip.
Like, nope, not even going for it.
No, not even remotely. Okay, let's see here. You're gonna hear a lot of looping audio, to which I say, suck it up, Buttercup, welcome to animation.
Cursed with these spaghetti arms! So, I do what I can. I provide the
Okay. Oh, my recording, Let's see. Alas, Miss Pepper. So you're gonna hear me talking, and I apologize for my acting prowess isn't great, but I'm just using myself as some video reference that you cannot see. Somebody says, I want a kitty that looks like Ivy. I agree. I like the little black cats. Although I think Ivy is technically just a dark brown. But I want a little black cat. One of my neighbor, there's kind of a stray / pet named Mama Cat beside us who's basically like Ivy. She's very sweet. She's a little cat. A very little cat. She's the size of like a 6 to 9 month old cat, but she is an adult. And her name is Mama Cat, and she loves to, like, tease dogs and stuff. She's very smart. She's a sweet kitty. Yeah, Michael's a very skilled dude. Alas, Miss Pepper, I've been cursed. Cursed with these spaghetti. Okay, let's see. What did I do here? Alas. Okay, let's see.
Cursed with these spaghetti. Cursed.
Okay. Alright. Told myself I wouldn't have to commit to exactly how I drew this, so. partly because at the time we were still working on the character sheet, so it was only after the fact during cleanup that I started bringing everything on model. Or more on model, at least. And then the other thing is that I actually don't want the animators to have to follow the boards exactly. I want them to actually have quite a bit of freedom. So, and close. But the animatic is a lot tighter than I intend to give them. Thanks for joining me, everyone. If I don't read your thing, I'm sorry. Maybe I should have someone who's like reading chat occasionally to catch messages. So, Kirasu Maria, I wish Rocky was by. That would make everything more wholesome. There is absolutely nothing preventing you from headcanoning the characters one way or another.
Fable has a point there.
Yeah. Understand also that, being that this is like the criminal underworld in 1926 in a speakeasy, the environment is a lot more diverse than it would be in general at the time. But just like people's ability to express that diversity is pretty limited because of just how history was. It was very, folks was very, very unkind to anybody in the LGBT community outside of like theater performance. What is Rocky's sexuality? As far as I know, straight. But again, there's nothing keeping you from headcanoning it one way or the other. Oops. Okay. Oops. That's not what I want. Okay, actually, I gotta make my shitty bridge. The shit bridge. The bridge of shit. So, this way I don't lose sight of my ground plane. Courage says, I'm at a crossroads. I love Michael's voice for Rocky, but at the same time I kept expecting some sort of accent in his voice. I think, I feel like Rocky would probably be trying to mimic a little bit of, like, how people spoke on the radio. Because that's just how he is. We are working on, accents will be part of the characters' backgrounds, don't worry. We take that into consideration. But Rocky's not gonna speak with a very thick southern accent because I think he would probably dodge that in favor of the more transatlantic radio. But we do have characters that the way they speak is more of a reflection on regional speech. I'm doing a bad job here. Ah, there we go. You know what? Why am I doing it this way? When I could be doing it. Setting up a guide. Let's do that. Hello. Who joined?
Hmm? Oh,
it's Ash. Hey, Ash.
Hello.
Hi, Ash.
Hello.
Donate to the Ko-fi to feed Mitzi. You gotta feed Mitzi. Give me Mitzi a pizza. Mitzi, you want a pizza? Mitzi,
Oh, I would love a pizza.
do you know what a pizza is?
Well, of
Pizza was a
course.
thing.
There was pizza in the
Okay.
1920s.
Was there? Was there actually
Someone. If only we had like these powerful computing devices literally in front of our faces.
So look up.
Was?
Was there pizza in the 1920s?
The history of
Mitzi's
pizza in
idea of
America.
pizza is it?
One of the most important events in the gustatory history of the country is and an immeasurable future boon to children, college students, and the makers of heartburn remedies seems to have begun officially in 1905, when Gennaro Lombardi, a native of Naples, opened the first licensed pizzeria in America in Manhattan's Little Italy.
Huh.
So 1905, pizza hit the States. Pizza had proven to be very easy to sell over the years. In the 20s and 30s, Lombardi's former employees, all Neapolitans, opened pizzerias in Brooklyn, East Harlem, and Uptown Manhattan.
You said 30.
But in
Yeah.
the 20s and 30s is when they started spreading out over New York, but they were
Oh.
still an ethnic, mostly Italian specialty until after the Second World War.
I see.
So I love that we're getting into pizza history.
We gotta look. Lackadaisy is a period accurate piece about the time when America was full of jazz cats. So we gotta respect history, man.
Quickly spread throughout the country after the Second World War, becoming far more common a sight than in Italy, where it's still mostly confined to Naples and its environs. In fact, it was difficult to find pizza north of Naples through the 1960s. International pizza companies got their start in the 50s to 60s in the States, in Sacramento. Let's see.
I'm trying to figure out which. I was like, which grid is the grittiest grid? There we go. Build out. I want a good plane. Ash, what are you up to? Are you editing?
Yes, I've got it down to just over 15 minutes from the 4-hour Lackachat.
Nice.
And and it's basically all just like the funny bloopers and in betweens, and I tried to pick out kind of the funniest stuff.
Yeah.
And now I'm just trying to put images over it from especially from all the little illustrations that were made during. So just trying to make it look pretty now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's right on the edge here. That means this bit is here.
DJ Pyro asks, pineapple or no pineapple in pizza? I'm asking for a friend.
I actually like pineapple on pizza.
I have tried it. It's not bad, but I would not under normal circumstances.
I would, but it's got to be that ham and pineapple, because ham and pineapple is really good. You get like a proper Hawaiian pizza; those are fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like those are really good, especially if you add some cayenne pepper. Because when you get that like sweet savory and then add spice to it, it's mwah. It's like excellent.
It's such like a meme right now to hate on pineapple and pizza, but I don't think most people have tried it. It's like it's actually pretty good, because pineapple is like a sweet tangy, and if you think about it, like that actually works very well. Pepperoni and pineapple might be good, come to think of it, but I don't think I've had that.
Maybe.
Yeah. Usually I have it with a ham. They put ham on
I probably wouldn't do like sausage or Italian sausage, because that already has,
Yeah.
I don't know, some sweetness to it.
Yeah.
As far as meat goes.
Yeah.
But
You cannot like pineapple on pizza. I'm just getting tired of the meme where people are just like, oh, it's disgusting. You belong in hell of blood. I'm like, all right, move on to the next meme. Your window is that big. Oh, throw out table out the window. Yeah, someone just said they lost an hour of animation. That sucks. Sorry about that, man.
oh, that
I,
that sucks hard.
that I've been there. I'm so sorry for your loss. Let me play you a dirge. Do I got a death dirge I can bring up? Let's see. Death march.
Ham and Cliff says ham and pineapple milkshake next meme. Oh my god.
To the animation.
Just make it a viral thing. Like, do a video where you're just throwing pineapple and ham and like pizza
just
ingredients into a blender.
Everything that should not be blended together, honestly.
Throw in a banana and that's all you'll taste.
Yeah.
It's like, where's Mike? Mike, make this video.
Poor Mike with so many assignments. Mike is gonna get diabetes from all our requests to, like, can you drink more syrup, please?
But yeah, speaking of the Feed Mitzi Fund, I've been wondering, like, I set up a coffee page. I haven't really done too much with it, but I feel like I need to like ask Tracy and make sure that it would be okay if I took like Mitzi requests through coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, check with her. I think definitely you don't want to do like not safe for work stuff, because that's one
no,
thing that
no.
I figured you wouldn't need to be told that even.
No. AKC Personal asks, quick question. So if Lackadaisy didn't have cats in it, what animal would the story focus on, or would they be a variety of animals? What do you guys think?
I mean, it would just be speculation from us.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if it still has to be animals,
like I really liked Tracy's like she did a whole page of like iterations of all the characters but as dogs.
Yeah.
And
and
all the
That was
designs
really nice.
Yeah,
all the designs were like really good. So
I love that Mitzi was described as a poodle puff trash mutt.
it's like she's fancy but she's still trash.
Yeah.
Called trash can, not trash can.
Gotta try and tempt the other VAs to come in and have shenanigans.
How bored are they today? If they're lucky, they have work.
Carol says, quick question, where can we send fan art of Lackadaisy? I have a few drawings of the characters sitting in my art folders. Honestly, I think the best place to post those is on Twitter, and And you can tag Lackadaisy cats so that like Tracy will see them, and like if you know the Twitter tags of the VAs, if you want us to see the artwork that you've done of the characters we're playing, you can tag us as well. But I think Twitter is probably the best place to post.
Yeah, we check the Twitter a lot.
Hmm. Also, the Discord. If you're not a member of the Discord yet, if you go to lackadaisy.com, that's the main page for the comic, and there is actually a link to the Discord. So you can also join the Discord and drop fan art in there, and Newt will probably see it and alert all of us. So
Yeah, Newt's on top of it. Newt is the other dude in chat right now. Ooh, I should probably update the guest list now that you guys are here. Speaking of. Have Mitzi say things for pizza.
yes,
You guys send Mitzi pizza?
yeah. You can send it to Fable's coffee, and then Fable will feed Mitzi. Hang on.
I will open up a can of tuna for Mitzi for you.
yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. Crystal says Mitzi's a very beautiful, flirty, and coquettish kitty woman, which is why she's my favorite character of Lackadaisy. Thank you, Crystal. I'm so happy when I meet other Mitzi stans
Yeah.
because it's like obvious the boys deserve all of the love that they get, but Mitzi deserves some love too.
Mitzi's
She's
good.
like she's my favorite, and yeah. So yeah, honestly, if anybody does have requests for like things that you would like Mitzi to say, you can drop them in chat, and if you would be so kind as to send them to coffee and do a little donation, then that would help to feed us so that Mitzi doesn't have to resort to eating ramen.
Mitzi doesn't have to sell her nice pearls.
Oh.
Yeah. Mitzi eating ramen in 1926 goes, what is this? What is a chopstick? I'm not sure. It's like, when was ramen invented, and was that in the U.S., in the South at that time? I know there was definitely Chinese food around, but throw an egg at Mitzi. I hope into a pot of boiling water. Mitzi is cute, yes. Tracy, is that you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
We have a Tracy.
Hi.
We have a Tracy.
We keep
Sorry,
getting
I was
questions from folks.
trying to discreetly eat my leftover curry here. I would say ramen was not widely available in the in the South in the 20s. There was definitely
I'm not sure if it had jumped over yet.
But there was a wave of what they called at the time was Orientalism. In the 1920s, it was like very popular in cinema and fashion. You see a lot of things that look like kimonos and fans and things from Japan and China that were like translated into like a anglicized version of it basically, and sold as like fashion stuff. So. Or furniture, or you see a lot of like screens and things that have like cherry blossom paintings on them. The 20s were very much like obsessed with not only Egypt but also like Japan and China aesthetically.
People were not terribly great about distinguishing between those, though.
No, they didn't distinguish. It was just like they just called it
all together.
They just called it like, yeah, literally they called it Oriental stuff. They just said Oriental. They didn't even like specify what. It was pretty insensitive, but that was the 20s. So
yeah. Which I feel like we still have like some of that still exists if you go into certain like marketplaces, and you go like searching for where like the ramen and various Asian foods are stored, and like if you look on the aisle descriptors, they're like Oriental food.
That's interesting. I don't see that word used so much anymore. It
Oh, yeah,
seems like it's, but
Yeah,
you see like the Asian.
I've seen it around. So
like they generally they generalize as Asian usually around here, but yeah, definitely at the time they would have been using that word, but yeah, they kind of like fetishized it a little bit. It was
they did the whole "it's exotic" thing.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah. Lindsay Ellis has some interesting videos about that, vis-a-vis like the Chic, which was a very popular Valentino. Actually, it has a sequel as well as the first film.
Oh yeah, if you guys
movie at
want
the time, but it was you know,
yourselves with some like interesting video essays, then totally look up Lindsay Ellis. She's amazing. She's actually one of my college mates. I knew her way back in the yesteryear days of USC.
Which character is your spirit cat animal? Asked DJ Pyrotechnics. That sounds like Rocky's DJ name. I don't know.
Rocky DJing anything would be amazing. Modern Rocky is just, he's a DJ.
Oh no.
2020 Rocky, he's a DJ. He works for a dispensary.
Don't hire him, he'll burn down the venue. But he'll like use outdoor fireworks inside or something.
just screaming, running around, the sprinklers going off. Thanks everybody, have a good night. Tips out.
My Lackadaisy spirit animal. I guess you're asking which one do I like relate to the most? I don't know.
I think that's what they mean.
Probably Lacey. Yeah.
High five.
Yeah.
I mean, mine is obvious.
That her situation has described parts of my life pretty accurately, I suppose, in some ways. I won't go into details, but yeah, I can relate.
Yeah. What about you, Fable? Which of Lackadaisy character do you relate with most?
Probably a combination between Rocky and Mordecai, and like a healthy amount of Zib. Like I can totally understand like Rocky's desperation and need to entertain. Mordecai, there's definitely like I have that very strong interest in precision. And like his aesthetic is nice. I can't lie. Zib just the whole like his, just difficulty getting out of bed in the morning. The man who exists for coffee. I had to say between those three.
I'm definitely feeling Zib right now, who's totally nocturnal and does not enjoy being up during the daylight. Just
Zib, an actual cat.
Yeah, he is. He's very much. I think probably the most feline of the felines is Zib.
It's like Zib is the only one aware that they're cats. Oh my god, guys! Do you notice we have like claws and fangs? Guys, we have tails. I never noticed.
They'd be all like, yeah, whatever, write a song about it.
TJ Rocky making electro swing. I don't think we'd be talented enough.
I don't think DJ Jazzy Victor or Joy Kill Killjoy. What was his name? That was Newt. I don't think they've been like introduced outside of Patreon, so I don't know if you have that art. I don't even know where it is.
Let me find it.
I'll see if I can dig it up.
Let's see.
Also, that the 80s Mitzi and Zib image that was released on Discord. Oh my god.
Was that oh the syrup one?
The sugar. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like I love them so much.
There was a color image that was that went along with that. It was like one of those live streams that went strange places and resulted in unusual art. But
There we go. Okay, I got it. I got it. Let me shoot it. Graphic grab. Let me see.
Paperbag says, "Why are all the male characters in the series making me so gay? Just let it happen. You know, it's okay."
1920s. You can't help it.
yeah, just go with the flow and indulge in it. Really.
There was a person earlier. There was people asking about the alignments of the characters, and so it was like, I think Rocky is bi, and I know you've said he's straight, but I can see, I could imagine a Rocky that went that way.
I don't know what to describe Rocky. He's like he's desperate. I mean, I think if anybody.
He's like, would he refuse a date from anybody given the opportunity?
He would probably respond to anybody who gave him like the attention that he so
Imagine
desperately
Mrs.
needs.
Babka
Yeah, I mean,
asked him on a date though, and how cute that would go. It'd be the only one that didn't end poorly. He'd just be like, "I'll sit you here with you, nice lady, and we'll have a cup of tea."
It's like, oh, the poor boy. I just wonder if one day if he'll ever get up the gumption to tell Mitzi how he feels.
It would go so badly.
It would, but I just
be
want
like,
it to happen.
It'd be like us, like we're. How old is Mitzi again? She's in her mid-30s or she's in her 40s.
She's in her 30s, yeah, mid-30s.
So if you ask me, like I've joked with friends and said like, yeah, I wouldn't kick Rocky out of bed. But to be honest, if Rocky's like what, 19?
No,
he's 20. He's
in his
22.
22.
He's 22.
22
yeah.
is still like by the time I'm 32.
Oh, of course.
22 starts to feel like a baby after a while. It's like, oh
yeah,
got,
canonically, it will never, Mitzi Rocky will never happen. But that doesn't mean I don't want him to suffer.
I am attracted to Rocky's suffering and suffering alone. The moment he gets what he wants, there goes the interest. Well, now
what is more human than striving for the impossible?
It's such an interesting mix when it comes to like characters and the way people like respond to them and what they want either to like hug them and kiss them or they want to see them be hurt horribly. I don't quite.
I love hurting my characters so much. It is the most fun.
No,
yeah, there is some satisfaction in beating up on your little brain children. I don't know.
It's like at the end of the day, I want the characters to be happy, but there's just some healthy suffering is good.
Builds character.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a question, and me and Newt were debating in a fist fight, assuming that his knee wasn't busted, Nicodeme versus Victor.
Oh yeah. Now we have
that Nicodeme might have more stamina, but Victor hits harder and he has more deadly intent. So depending on how long the match goes, I think that Victor would win if it was fast, and Nicodeme would win if it was slow.
If they were both in their prime, I would say Victor probably would win.
Prime Victor.
He's got that. Would. Yeah, like Nico's a little bit more. Kind of that a little bit more toned and refined in the way he's in the manner in which he's like muscular, but Victor's got that like that core strength from just doing manual labor all of his life.
Yeah.
And so I think if he would just I think he would just it almost be more like a wrestling sort of move that Victor could use to take him down. But I think he maybe wouldn't even bother throwing punches. It'd just be like, just get him on the ground and
Just sit on him.
sit on him. But yeah, or choke him out.
I think they would both be having a really good time though the entire time.
Yeah, it depends on the point in Victor's life. I think Victor wasn't
yeah.
quite so cantankerous in his earlier
No. Current
days,
Victor would be
but...
miserable. He'd be like, no, my knee.
Also,
yeah, he has no playfulness left. He has no time for being playful
goes,
or it's just,
the cat.
everything hurts,
Fable?
and he just
Fable, is there a way to block out the sound of the animation? Because when you rush, because apparently people can hear it.
Yeah, they can hear it because that's desktop audio, and I would have to switch it to a different audio. So sometimes I'll be scrubbing and I'll have it off, and other times I need it on, actually. So it's just going to be part of the process, guys. Sorry.
Yeah.
If there was a way to make it not happen, I would do it for you, but I do also have to animate, so. I wish I knew... Oh no, there's a chicken in here. Yeah, he's gonna hop on the desk and knock over my everything, and I'm gonna like, oh no, and he's gonna cluck directly into the microphone, and then everything will be about chicken.
So Tomcat asked, out of the cast, how would they handle the big sad, aka the Great Depression, and the stock market crash?
badly, like everybody.
Doom approaches for everyone.
Yeah, I think there's a reason Prohibition.
Yeah.
There's a reason Prohibition ended in the 30s, and that may be because everybody just needed a good stiff drink.
Yeah.
But of course, not everybody had really stopped drinking, but maybe they wanted something a little higher quality than. No.
It's funny. Among the essential services still allowed up in California right now, weed dispensaries are allowed. To which I say, that's smart. This please just,
I think
if you give everybody free weed and they'll stay locked to their couch, then the stay-at-home orders are pretty easy.
I think New York did that too. With the package stores and weed dispensaries, they're still considered essential services, so they stay open. I guess if you don't want people rioting, that's the way. That
would get people pretty mad if they couldn't get like their various vices. It's like, come on, you gotta give people. It'd be like banning video games. It would just be a bad idea. Anyway, Kofi, the girl next door, said, "Thank you, the girl next door, for your donation to our pizza fund." The girl next door says, "Thank you so much for the stream. I started reading this comic as a preteen, and it was a huge inspiration for me. I can't believe I never found this before. Thanks so much." Thank you so much. Aww. Also, the girl next door.
Oh wow, that's touching.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
It's super sweet. I think someone, SWAT Kid asked how the characters would react if they saw a human.
Okay, Tracy's
like
done
in their world, I guess.
Tracy's done a couple of short comics joking when Tracy herself appears in the comic, and Mordecai thinks you're a marmoset, apparently.
That was Victor.
My brain used the wrong name.
I think they. I don't know. It's just kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing. I occasionally do comics where I relay questions from readers to the characters, and I draw myself as this weird little like bobble-headed stick figure thing, asking them the questions, interviewing them, and they always respond to me as if I'm either like a leprechaun or a pixie or a marmoset. they aren't quite sure what to make of me. So.
I really like the Victor misunderstanding what fangirls means comic.
Oh my god, yes.
It's so good. The concept just does not translate to him. He's just watching and be like, okay, there's gotta be, this clearly means something. I'm struggling to translate this in my brain. Shit, if only I knew better English.
He settles on them being girls with literal fans to keep
It's
him
not
cool.
terribly inaccurate. I mean, it's like, he's not wrong. He's just not right either.
Someone is shouting at you that you're drawing on the same layer.
I am not drawing on the same layer, see? Boop. This is how Harmony works. You don't draw on the same layer. Unless that person's just trolling. Which is
They may be.
Yeah,
They
they
may
might be trolling. Trying to freak me out. Also, I have a nifty trick anyway if I do draw on the same layer. Where I can just select all the colors and go delete. Are the Blockcast asks, are the characters just portrayed as cats, or are they really cats? Sometimes they use their cat features like paws and eyesight, and then the humanized comics they act like they're always human. The cat thing is mostly aesthetic. It's a way of kind of exaggerating their emotions and kind of getting across like a dangerous mood or the comedy of something like. Their catness does not factor into the story. Not like, say, in Beastars, where the animal's respective animalness is a core feature of the story.
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the story they are cats, but it's not a cat story.
Yeah.
It's not like Cats where it's jellicles running around in spandex.
Just though, if they were though. Kirasu Maria says, "Please make Rocky purr someday in a drawing." Oh my.
We'll have to get Mike to
Mike, give us your best
to purr.
cat. He does that creepy baby voice, which actually sounds to me like
No.
No.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
That's the most unsettling noise I've ever heard.
Mike goes immediately to timeout the next time he makes that freaking voice.
Rocky'd be one of those cats who drools when they purr, so I don't know that would be as healing as you. Just his fangs would just cause him to just drool.
I think I joked with you one time that if they went to the zoo to go see what is a cat in their zoo, there'd just be a gorilla but with a cat head.
Other people have asked me what would cavemen or Neanderthals look like in Lackadaisy universe. I'm like, I don't really know. Maybe
obviously.
Saber-toothed tigers, I guess. I don't know.
No, that'd be applicable.
A saber tooth for a Neanderthal? Maybe. Well, I mean, it's up for debate. Apparently there's some discussion on whether or not saber-tooths might actually belong more to the Nimravid group.
Yeah.
Whether they be considered true cats or not. This is a recent question. So... Ow, fuck, my knee.
What is the name of that? It's the... Basically the ancestor to both from which dogs and cats branched off of. I think it was the Myacid or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. Go read Rotha's Creature and nab that critter.
Deku Scrublord says, is tail grabbing considered an actual method for melee combat, or is it considered dirty pool? And can we get some justice for my boy Benji?
Oh, poor Benji. I actually kind of leave their tails out of any kind of I use them visually to for composition purposes or for conveying mood of a character or something. But when it comes to actual things that interact with each other in this world, I kind of I don't want the tails to be to really factor in, because fundamentally it's a story about people, and then I start crossing into territory where it's more they become more literal felines if I pay too much attention to their tails. So you won't find characters who get their tail shot off or something like that, because it's just kind of there only in metaphor, I guess. Visual metaphor, I guess. Or visual pun, even.
Yeah.
That's one reason they don't wear anything on their
dancing
tails.
that. It's just dancing that like that fine line of human versus cat.
Victor would be descended from Sabretooth, and that's my headcanon, says Connor Murphy. That's why he is such
Oh,
beef.
I'll get behind that.
Large, huge.
I'll admit the talk of food has actually made me hungry. God damn it.
Same.
Let's see if we got enough to get pizza yet.
You guys have pizza incoming, or
Well, I'm gonna order some pizza.
how much more do you need to cover pizza
Let's see.
cost?
Let's see if we get maybe. I gotta look up the pizza because I wanted to get it from Dino's since they're the good place, and they're doing deliveries right now because of the lockdown. So I wanted to take advantage of that.
Oh man, I would love their lasagna pizza. Their lasagna pizza is the best.
Dino's Pizza. Dino's Pizza is an institution in Burbank. It's good pizza. Let me look up the menu. I order online. Takeout. Delivery. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what they got. I'm looking at the menu now. What is prices? I want to get a large, whatever we get. Or maybe 2 pizzas even. That might be good. Let's see. Ooh. The caponata. An eggplant, green olive, garlic, onion, tomato, capers, fresh basil pizza. Wait, do they have...
Oh my god, that sounds amazing.
Oh yeah, God, Dino's does amazing pizza. Actually, I wonder now if they do have a pineapple pizza. I'm gonna look for it. Because we were talking about that, and I was like, I actually do like pineapple on pizza.
Time to commit to the bit.
Gotta commit to the bit. Gotta eat it. Eat the bit. Oh no, my hand is forced. I don't... Oddly enough, no pineapple pizza that I can find thus far. They do amazing pizza though, so it's like, oh no, I have to eat something else, I guess.
Oh no, all of these other delicious pizzas.
Oh no. The Burbank. It has goat cheese, ham, and fresh spinach. That sounds really good. There's so many good pizzas. Let me just link you to it.
I just know I either want like something with a lot of meat on it, or a supreme, or the lasagna pizza.
If we get 2,
whatever falls into the budget.
Yeah. Yeah, we're staying indoors, Paul and Vargas. We are good. DJ Pyrotechnic says the Magnum Bullets music video from Gang Grumps is like the futuristic variant of Lackadaisy set in 2127. I love that. That music video is very good. I enjoy it. That was Knights of the Light Table animated that, and they did a great job. I'm just like, damn, hats off.
Yeah,
right,
I know.
so-
I know Lord Dirk from way back when. It's really cool to see him doing this stuff now.
Spaghetti pizza. There's too many good pizzas. This is a problem. How am I supposed to choose the pizza? See, the biggest...
Just get a supreme that has like almost everything on it.
But do I want everything? Because the problem with everything is that it weighs the pizza down. And then the pizza is like all the
I've
flavors.
never heard that as a complaint.
Well, it depends
Weighs
if you're
the
good at...
pizza down.
I like to pick up my pizza and eat it. What we got? Welcome to Lackadaisy stream. I'm ordering a pizza. Let me debate out a pizza on the stream about animated cats.
It's like, is it pizza ASMR time?
Pizza. You want to read the menu as Mitzi?
Oh my god.
I gave you a link. You can do it. To tell me what you want.
It's like, is this gonna be the running joke of these streams? Is like,
Mitzi reads
all
the
right,
menu.
it's ASMR ordering food time.
Gotta get your face real up close to the mic and just gently whisper what you want. Like, what's there?
Oh my god.
Like all the biggest pizzas are the extra larges, which are 16 inches, and they have all the slices. Those are like in the 22 to 25 range, so plus extras and everything, it's probably gonna come to like 30 something. Because we gotta tip good. Yes, I know, birds. I know. Apple. Apple. Shh. I know. The sun's going down. Time to scream, apparently. Alright, lasagna pizza does sound pretty good. I've had their lasagna pizza and it is amazing. They got a goat cheese pizza sounds good. Something with like some vegetables on it. If we got a veggie pizza, then we wouldn't have to order multiple pizzas. But hello? Can you hear me? Did it cut out? Oh.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. For a second, the ambient noise cut out.
Yeah,
and-
somebody may have had a fan going or something that was.
Oh, sorry. That I didn't realize that.
Oh,
but I
that's-
It
hadn't
was like
okay.
my
that entire
indicator that
time.
you existed still.
I'm sorry. Let me adjust that. Oh, the sensitivity was so high. There we go. Is that a little better?
Sure.
That's good.
Applewood smoked
Sorry about
bacon.
that.
That sounds pretty good.
No problem.
There's a chicken Alfredo pizza, a white pizza with ricotta cheese, chicken, garlic, ground pepper, Parmigiano Reggiano. Dang. There are 2 different kinds of barbecue chicken pizza. Hey, Clint. Clint, what kind of pizza do you want? Any pizza. Any pizza, yeah. Clint is my partner. He's currently bird management at the moment. Fable, can we be French? Sorry for asking. In your head. I don't know you, so.
Justin says, Lackadaisy, what's it about? Because I'm lazy to do research. It's about a gang of shady ne'er-do-wells trying to run a 1920s speakeasy in St. Louis and doing a spectacularly bad job of it. They're running a speakeasy out of a cave underground, and it is a formerly popular place, but has fallen on hard times, and so they're trying to kind of restore it to its former glory. Of course, there's lots of competition to contend with, and the feds are nosing it around, so it's they've got to come up against the.
And there's murder afoot.
Yeah, there's
a lot of murder.
There's kind of a kind of a little bit of a murder mystery background to it as well. So
keep eyeballing all the things with Applewood smoked bacon because that just sounds so good. Like there's a thing called the Hollywood. No tomato sauce, thin crust, olive oil, chicken, tomatoes, Maytag blue cheese, and Applewood bacon.
Did you answer the DJ Pyrotechnics asks pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Yes,
Asking
I actually do like pineapple on pizza. I think people who hate it haven't tried the right pizza. You just need to have better pizza.
I've had it a few times. In fact, my parents used to order that kind of pizza, and I actually recall coming around and liking it, but it's not something I've ever ordered on my own, I don't think. Like, never intentionally. Maybe I should try it again.
I've been struggling on what to order. Could I get one veggie small for Clint and then the extra large for you and me, Ash? Maybe that would work. Spinach lasagna pizza. That's interesting. the lasagna pizza is just so good. I it's so hard to choose what to get. I really do wish there was pineapple on pizza on the menu, but they don't have it.
Sounds like they have everything but that.
I know. You want to see the list? Here, I'll post it in the
Nah.
voice chat. You can see what kind of pizzas they got. Also, I just saw this artwork of Mordecai and Victor as DJ boys, and it's so good.
Oh yeah, I need to post it in the chat here.
It's like he's extremely like modern Russian like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I don't know. It's kind of that 90s like hip hop thing.
Yeah. There's a lot of folks who are like Armenian and
but yeah, it's
who
like
wear like
tracksuits all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tracksuits are like a thing among like the
Yeah, I've seen like
Ukrainian Russian crowd.
Ukrainians, yeah, they seem
Yeah.
to like really like the tracksuit thing.
I don't know why. Yeah. I'm sure there's an explanation. It has probably some like varied cultural background that has something to do with someone on TV or whatever being cool. Or maybe they're just comfortable. I don't know. It's like asking, why do people like pajamas? But,
It's basically like yoga pants, so, you know.
oh no, Newt had to drop out. His, I guess his GPU might be dying. That sucks.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Ooh. Okay, Ash, my vote, from what I'm looking at, is maybe either the Hollywood or the Riverside. That one has the bacon on it. Oh no, it's also no tomato sauce. Or I just really want that bacon. I'm in the mood for it. There's something called a mega veggie that has like artichoke on it. That sounds good. The Burbank, actually, also. Yeah, so my vote is the Burbank, which is the goat cheese, ham, and fresh spinach, or the or the Hollywood. They both sound really good. Looks like Newt's having PC issues, so he has to hop off. Have I heard the Oh Ashley song? Probably. I went and binged a bunch of Honeycast stuff all at once. But it all kind of blurs together. Oh no. Quirl Burble says, oh god, I just came up with the title for stories for when Victor and Mordecai work together. Vic and Morty. Oh.
Someone did
some
fan art of that. It was like the Rick and Morty poster. Yeah.
I was saying
pretty great.
We gotta get Mike to do a recording doing the Pickle Rick joke. It's like, we gotta take that meme, rewrite it to work. It's like, oh, I've heard this amazing radio program. It was the funniest it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He turns himself into a pickle. It's amazing how that one episode has iterated so much into like its own revolving meta joke. It's bizarre. I actually do find that episode really funny, but not because he turns himself into a pickle. More like because he goes to such stupid lengths just to avoid going to therapy. Thank you for contributing to the Pizza Fund, Nox Kitsune. I appreciate it. We should be able to afford. I think we got enough for pizza, hopefully, now. I think that's a healthy amount of pizza. Where's Ash? Did she run away? Oh no! probably stepped away for a second. Pickle Vic? Oh no. No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, which
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
okay, Ash, did you hear which pizzas I voted for?
Yes.
Pizza.
Neither of them really appeal to me, but you can get what you want.
Well, it would be more cost effective if I did not get what I wanted, though.
Well, I can, I can figure out a way to get some money into like my coffee or my PayPal.
No, I'm
and
fine with
get
eating
my
what
own
you
food.
want because, like, I can't really decide anyway. So, what do you want?
I don't know. I'm a basic bitch. I'd be down for like the meat lovers or the lasagna pizza. Or we can get a supreme that just has a bunch of stuff.
Where is the Supreme on this list? Because you keep mentioning it, but I don't see it.
I know that they I don't know if they like call it something different.
They got
You
the
can
Mega
also- we
Veggie,
can also-
the Mega Meat Lovers. They got Dino's Special, Dave's Fave.
You can also get like specialty and do a half and half thing where you just pick your own toppings and then we can both have our own halves of the pizza.
You know what? I just want something that I haven't tried before. How about that? Which is pretty much all of them. Although, actually, no, I wouldn't be opposed to the lasagna pizza, to be frank, because it is really good.
Yeah.
But I feel like I just want
I
something
mean,
with, like, some kind of like artichoke or something also on it. Something along those lines.
Well, that's why I said we can do the specialty one and you can put whatever you want on it. You can put the applewood bacon and artichoke and whatever.
Let's
and
just
you
go
can
with
order
the
it half
lasagna
and
pizza because that's easiest instead of me keeping on debated.
Okie doke. Just don't get thin crust.
No. I mean, it's like it would be thin crust is like not worth the money. I mean, it's delicious, but we're going for filling here.
Yeah.
The freaking website timed out. Now I have to refresh the website. Alright, Cheyenne Prude says, so fun fact, I just read all of Lackadaisy in 2 days, starting after the Honeycast stream. Thank you! I'm glad that the Honeycast brought in some more readers. It's a good binge read. Have you checked out the gallery part of the site, where it has all the little side comics? Because those are really fun. That's all the extra content. The canon, semi-canon, not canon. I was just reading, so I had to like scrub through everything in order to find references for Mitzi, Seraphine, and Nicodeme to like make a ref wall for Ty to refer to. And I stumbled on the one where Rocky, where it was like, I guess you had received a question where you were like, why are you drawing cats in clothes? And and your response was, there's a new prohibition on clothes, and Rocky's just like naked announcing this to everybody. And he must be like very high or something, because it's like, we're gonna take you to the judge. He's like, the judge? So many new friends!
Oh. Yeah, someone that came from somebody asking me a very weird. It wasn't really a question. It was like a criticism. Like,
yeah, it was weird.
I don't know. They thought I was wasting my artistic talent or something on drawing cats in clothes. So I just made a stupid joke about drawing cats out of clothes instead. It's just. It was I purposely misconstrued what they were saying, but it was just it was such a dumb thing to send to somebody. Like, this is dumb. I don't know. It's like, it's fine. You can criticize the art or like technical aspects of it, or what have you. But when it comes to like just you object to the subject matter, so you're gonna go after the artist. It's like it's just come on, just go find something else to look at if you don't like it. You know.
So you don't like cats and clothes? I guess just consume the very few comics where they're not cats and clothes. They're just a cat
yeah,
or a person.
I don't know. They just thought like they seemed to think like it was low art or something. I don't know. Sometimes
Well,
you
sure
just
it is, but
I
what's
don't know.
the problem with that?
Yeah,
That sounds like a you problem.
Right. It's like yeah. I mean,
It's like, ugh, it's such low art despite all of the effort you clearly put into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people are a little elitist.
I think they're just like, I'm mad today. This made me
They're
mad.
the they're the anti-furry people. It's like, it's a animal person, gross. Oh my god, this dog.
What? Moth being a weirdo?
No.
Oh my god. This dog looks like it's wearing a wig. That's so cute. Oh. This is Finn. He just went through a breakup. Decided to get bangs. Now more confident than ever. 13 out of 10. She doesn't deserve you, King.
Aspenarts asked, what's the hardest part of doing a webcomic?
All of it. It's I don't know. Probably the part I struggle with most is the writing and dialogue writing and self editing. But all of it is always challenging. Probably the most time consuming part is definitely rendering out my pencil art into something like final, adding all of the lighting and you know shading and ambient effects and things like that. Takes a long time, but that's like the most that's the part where I can kind of space out and I can listen to podcasts and music and kind of just get into the flow of it and enjoy it. But everything else is like kind of concentration intensive, from page layouts to writing dialogue and then like rearranging things so that they flow better and communicate what I'm trying to say in a concise but natural feeling way. Writing things that don't come across as just straight up exposition. And yeah, perspective drawing is a pain in the ass.
So
everything about comics is hard. Comics are just hard, but in a good way. I mean, they're perpetually challenging. It's hard to get bored with it because it's just like there's always something to be learning, something to get better at. So
yeah, ideally I actually would not be streaming while roughing out this animation. Cleanup I can stream and animate and interact with people. I might have to go back over this later just to make sure that the acting is working. But
I mean, you know, if you need to, you can always like mute us and do your animation work and
no, this is fine actually because I'm pretty much like I'm right now what I'm basically doing is I'm setting up the file and I'm kind of like etching out some ideas, and that doesn't require, you know, it's like I've already made a lot of decisions, so I can kind of juggle my brain a little bit. But yeah, when you guys talk, it's helpful because then I can like concentrate. So.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to focus on animating and let us talk,
yeah,
and
we'll do
field questions, then you can just be quiet and do your job.
Yeah.
Be quiet and do your job. Sounds like a plan.
Penmark says, "Do you find the placement of each individual panel tricky per page?" Yeah, some of them. I do end up fiddling a lot with the layouts. Like I'll do a few passes of thumbnails to do my panel layouts, and then I use that to do my pencil art from, and then I scan that into digital format and work digitally from there. And I basically do the whole layout over again. I recreate it with my new scanned. Like I've got each panel will be on its own layer, and I'll just kind of fuss around with how everything is placed, kind of editing my my original thumbnail layout even further. Because sometimes at that point I find as I've refined the dialogue and everything a bit more at that point, and I find I need to add panels or subtract panels or, you know, change things around a bit. So, or sometimes I change the order of things a little. So yeah, it's there's a lot of fussing involved, probably more than I should do. I should probably not be so precious about it, but it's hard to break those like perfectionist habits. They're just like innate, I think so.
God, I know. It's like, no, people look at the art, and I have to make sure it's at least as good as the art that came before.
Yeah, that's another thing. Is like you try to get better each page, but then you keep setting the bar so high that it's almost like you're just like, how can I ever? You know, sometimes I look at the the previous page and like, how am I ever going to get everything up to snuff for this new page? Like, I should be getting better as I go, but yeah, it's like you kind of make things hard for yourself at some point. Part of the art of comics is like finding a style and an appearance that is aesthetically pleasing and communicative, like that, you know, stage it, you can stage things easily with and clearly, and get your point across and get your mood across, but without like you know, stifling yourself. And I feel like that's the part where I've failed the most, because I come from like a illustrator background, and I brought that over to the comic. And while I think maybe that makes for some more detailed panels than usual, like it works well maybe for establishing shots, like a lot of the times I'm really just slowing myself down more than I should. And I feel like I should have like developed more of a definitive style for the comic, something more simple, but still visually appealing, and stuck with that. I tried to stick with that because yeah, I kind of made things like a little too complicated, and that's why it takes forever to update.
Well, now, I mean, you could technically reference some of the character design sheets that we have. Not for the full-on comic itself, but like the little side comics. You got a lot of distillation happening there, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, the side comics are already generally a simpler affair than the main comic. I usually pull back a little bit on going like full throttle with the with like the background art and everything. And yeah, I'm more comfortable when I'm doing like a short one-off comic. I'm more comfortable just doing like pencil with a little bit of light, you know, shading. But yeah, for the main comic, everything has to be atmospheric and lit and maybe a little too literal.
It's gotten like more intense over time too. Like if I look at the original pages, like it's transformed so much.
Oh yeah, like the original pages were just straight up pencil with just like sepia, with tinting to them, and
Rocky was so broad back then.
he was what?
He
broad.
was like broader. Like he's
Yeah,
not as much of a noodle.
Yeah, his face. I think all the characters, their proportions have changed somewhat.
Yeah.
He was always intended to be kind of a noodle, though. He was early on. Victor was calling him a spaghetti noodle. So.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's scrub this.
Cursed with these. Cursed with these.
DJ Pyro says, "How often does it update? Is the 1 to 2 monthly as of spring 2015 a thing?" That was when I was wrapping up volume 2, and no, I usually get in. I mean, I try to update every month, but usually if I miss a month, it's because I'm adding more on to an update. And I usually, when I do update, it'll be a very long page. It's like I don't. I tend to feel more comfortable kind of capturing a full thought instead of just like filling a page that's like a standard size. And so when I say I updated a new comic page, frequently when it's broken down into like for print into like a print layout, it's actually more like 3 to 5 pages. So I try to fit a lot into each update. It's like I kind of do like a mini chapter at a time, because I do feel like if I'm going to update that slowly, I better make it worth it. So.
Bloodcast asks, if you ever compile all the volumes together, I assume once the whole story is finished, into a final print, would you go back and redraw some of the earlier pages?
I would like to. I mean, I'm always resisting the urge to edit old art, but I don't know. At some point I need to like do another thing. Like I need to like move on to another project, but I don't know like when I actually finish it if I'm going to be sitting there thinking, yeah, I need to revisit old things, or if I'm going to be thinking it's time to do something else. And in some ways I've been like wanting to do some of the character backstories as comics, but it's hard to find the time to do that. Yeah, and that,
I think, like, personal opinion, I considering like the volumes have been released individually anyway, it's not like you're erasing the first volume and all of its art and everything anyway, and I think it's a good representation of just like how the story and the characters and everything, like your art and everything, has evolved over time. So like I see so many webcomic artists, like especially younger artists, who get trapped in that eternal cycle of, it's like they do their comic up to a point where their art is like it gets a lot better, and then they're like, oh no, the early pages, like I don't like them anymore, so I'm gonna go back and like start over and update everything, and they just get caught in that loop where basically they get into a standstill and they never move forward.
Yeah, you need to as they say, art is never finished, it's just abandoned, and sometimes you do need to just let it be. Just you may never be happy with it, and I know I never will be happy with it. And so even if I did like spend a bunch of time reworking volume 1 or something to bring the art up to speed, then by the time I finished that, I'd be like, oh well, now volume 2 needs that treatment, and and then I'd have to go, and I'd be like, oh well, now volume 1 isn't so good. So it's just, you just end up spiraling into so yeah, I think at some point you just need to say it's got to be, it's never done, but it's got to be put to bed,
Yeah. I would love when you're done with the main story, if you branched off and did little backstory comics and things like that.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Like just like little comics about like what was Mitzi doing. Just like
Mitzi and Zim and how the band got together,
yes.
and Mordecai's backstory and Victor's backstory and Rocky's story as he was just traveling around and doing all these odd jobs. I would love to tell those, but yeah, it's hard to like. I don't have enough of me to.
You have to finish the main story first.
Yeah, that's
would be like Lackadaisy postscript.
Proven hard enough. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
I have thought about potentially commissioning like writers to just do like written versions of that. It's something I have considered in the past, just like giving my notes to them and to a writer, and maybe seeing if they can, so that I have like some of that, or just working with a writer to flesh that out, because doing it as a comic is just such a time-consuming affair, and I just don't have enough. Yeah, like there's not enough.
And like making them like little
short stories,
with like little pieces of art,
maybe some cover art or something.
Yeah, it would be like illustrated with maybe 4 or 5 pictures each, but not fully drawn out. Like when you're doing a comic, it's like writing a book and drawing everything that happens in that book, like every little thing. It's a lot.
Yeah. I might have to DM you sometime about that.
Oh, okay.
Because I do a lot of writing, and
Oh,
yeah, it's not
I
something
did
that
not.
it's not something that I broadcast a whole lot, but I mean, Fable can tell you
Yeah, she's
it's like
pretty prolific.
Nice.
Like if you
Yeah.
need writing assistance, and there's also Clint isn't as prolific, but he is working on his degree to become he wants to be an editor. So if you never need those services,
Nice. Oh, good to know.
yeah.
Yeah, I've had a couple of writers express some interest, and so maybe it'd be something where I could do like a different guest writer for each like
That'd be cool.
different
Yeah, that'd be fun.
thing. Would be a fun project.
Definitely get
The tricky part. Tricky part would be communicating. The state of my notes is less than ideal for like giving to somebody else.
Yeah.
So like communicating my ideas effectively without writing it myself, like writing the thing myself, would be tricky. But yeah, if I could figure out how to do that, then yeah, I might take you up on that. Thanks
Awesome.
for
Of
your
course,
interest.
and I'll you know, when the time comes that you're actually thinking about like reaching out and starting all of that, like I can send you my writing samples, and you know, and you can look it over and see if it's a good match for what you want done.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to read what you've been up.
Let's see. I know we've gotten a couple questions. Let me scroll up.
God damn this menu. I just deliver, please. Lasagna, please.
It's not a question, but Nicholas Neighborhood said, just watched the whole comic recently. It's amazing. The art and writing are both incredible.
Oh, well, thank you. That's very kind. Glad you think so.
Lasagna pizza, regular, thin, or thick?
Thick. Sir Squishius says, where did the idea of Lackadaisy come from?
Not sure I could put my finger on exactly where. It was kind of a culmination of events. I was working in the game industry at the time and had kind of moved into a more management position from being just a straight up artist. And so I was an art director, and so I was doing a lot of hiring and interviewing and, you know, making art Bibles and delegating tasks and things. And I wanted to just have something hands on. And so I was like itching for a project to do. And I had moved into an old house in the St. Louis area and got kind of interested in the history of the house and then the history of the neighborhood and then like the history of the time period in general. And discovered there were all these caves under the city and that they had been used for loggering and like trafficking liquor and all this stuff. And there were all these like tales about gangsters using them and ghost stories and things, and that just really captivated me for some reason. And I was listening to jazz at the time, and I live with cats. Like I have cats all, you know, in my house, so all those things just kind of like coagulated into a story, and I ran with it. Yeah, I got really excited about it and took that energy and just decided, all right, I'm just gonna make a comic out of it. So I kind of like in my head it was very animated, and if it had developed as something simple, maybe it's just like a tiny little short story or something, then I maybe would have attempted doing a 3D animation of it, but it turned into something much bigger than that, and so I had to find a means to tackle it. It was very visual, but but I couldn't animate it because I'm just one person, and so yeah, just comics seemed to be the way to go with it. I really didn't have experience with comics before that, but I dove in head first anyway, and here we are.
Aspenarts asked, "Have you ever gotten stuck on the story and had no idea what will happen next? If so, how did you overcome it?"
I've gotten stuck on parts of things, but the story, like the framework of the story, I fleshed out early on, and so I've always known the direction it's going. Like since I started drawing pages, but like individual parts of it and how a scene plays out, or how this event unfurls, I've definitely like stumbled over that sort of stuff, or I always do. I'm always like rethinking and second guessing my initial plans, and then rethinking and triple guessing my secondary plans. So yeah, it's like it constant undergoes constant revision. Even like right up until I'm posting a page, I'm sometimes like rewriting the dialogue and and ditching a panel and replacing it with something else, or but yeah, so it's like individual parts, like I may have like the last update that you see on the website, I struggled a lot with that one. I ended up almost starting that whole thing over again because I had written dialogue that I was not happy at all with,
Oh
and
no,
it just
the Dinos is closed for business. Shit. Wait,
uh-oh.
maybe I have to call them up because maybe they haven't updated their website. I'm sorry to cut in. It says that their hours are
okay.
until 9 p.m. I gotta call them and find out.
Yeah, just call them, and if they're closed, then
Yeah.
you can order from
I'll just
Domino's.
mute myself and call
Yep.
Domino's. Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Lemon Katie asked, "When Rocky got that huge wound in his head, did he go a bit more crazy than he already was?"
I don't think I would say he went more crazy. It was more like his mask slipped off a little bit. He's kind of, I don't know, always struggling to keep his he's kind of an emotional roller coaster, and I think he's just kind of always struggling to keep that in check, but
Yeah.
doesn't always obviously he's not always succeeding. And I think kind of jostled his facade of cheeriness off a little bit there, and so he maybe
Yeah.
was a little bit more raw than usual after that.
I just loved this this precious boy. He his first thought is like, "I have to call Mitzi and make sure that she's okay."
Yeah, he's
And assure her that everything will be fine, even though it's
yeah,
not.
well, right. Above all, his concern is that he's going to become irrelevant, or
Yeah,
disposable, or he's going to mess up
yeah.
so badly
Well, I
that
mean,
he loses
and
his place. Yeah, he just needs to
yeah,
be needed, and he's constantly insecure and terrified that that's going to go away. So
yeah. Well, and it makes sense. I mean, considering he was, um, basically kicked out of his family,
yeah, he was
for
more or
so
less
long, and so
living the hobo life for a while
yeah.
there,
Well, and
and
I mean, he technically still is. He's
yeah,
living in
he's
his
living in
car.
a car, but at least the car is parked in a garage, you know?
Yeah,
He's not like
it's an
he's not
upgrade
moving
from
from
the
place to
streets.
place. It's an upgrade from riding the rails, or,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but but yeah, he boy's got some abandonment issues.
definitely, yes.
Michael Sanchez says, "Never even heard of Lackadaisy until the newest Honeycast, but I'm already hooked on the idea. Anything involving Michael has got to be good." Yeah, Mike is super talented. And this is actually something that uh it's a conversation that happened before you joined the stream, Tracy. But people were asking um if any of the other characters uh beside Victor, obviously, some of them were expecting Freckle to have an Irish brogue, and for Rocky to have more of that. Um, I guess they were expecting him to speak more transatlantic or whatever, but um, people weren't sure if those accents were something that that we were going to push for from the VAs, or if just the voices that we've heard on the streams are going to be the character voices. So
definitely Bell does a different voice than his normal speaking voice, and so does Mike. And I think Lisa probably sounds the most like Ivy, just in her natural, like her natural speaking voice sounds more like the character than any of the other VAs do. But like the accent wise, Freckle, well, Calvin, he doesn't have like the character in the comic. I don't picture him having a full on brogue. He's got a little bit of that like lyrical inflection, I think, where he sounds a bit like he's when he's speaking a declarative sentence, he still sounds like he's asking a question.
Yeah.
Like it's got kind of that like upswing lilt like at the end of each sentence. But and so we will be shooting for that. Of course, Freckle didn't have much dialogue in the animatic we showed, so it's hard to use that as an example of what we're really aiming for with that.
Yeah, just to interject on that one. I mean, we have had discussions about his accent, and yeah, there's even like a later part in the script where we wrote in that he slips into a little bit of an Irish brogue.
Right,
he's like very, very nervous.
So he was born in the United States, so he's not. But his parents were both born in Ireland, and so he has is sort of a mix of an American accent plus what he got from his parents, which the habitual inflections and turns of phrase and things. And I've always said, like, I think he maybe does that thing where I don't know if you've ever heard like a Cork accent, but frequently like th sounds and things will be replaced by just a t sound, so like the word throw ends up being tro. So I picture him having a little bit of that, but very subtle, like not like full on Irish accent. Like you'd have to be really paying attention to catch that he was doing that. In terms of Rocky, he's much more of like this kind of American mongrel type of thing. Like his dad definitely, his dad was is kind of a bit of a mystery, but more of a while his mother was Irish, his father was some mix of who knows what. And he doesn't have quite that he does like impressions of his aunt. Like he in the comic he occasionally breaks into like an Irish accent, but it's mostly to poke at his his family members. But like the accent in Missouri is very subtle. I don't know if people were maybe expecting a Southern accent or what, but Missouri is very you get kind of more of like a something like central East Coast sort of sound. It's not really that distinct from that.
Yeah, that American accent does not have the strong southernness that people associate with the deeper South.
Right.
Why, like you write the Creole characters, Nicodeme and Seraphine they have a much stronger accent, and that's
yeah, the further south you go, the more pronounced it gets. But Missouri has like a weird mix of the urban areas of Missouri sound very much like standard American accent, like you would hear from a news anchor or something. Like you wouldn't really pick it out from anything else that's American sounding. And then other parts of Missouri, like the rural areas, sound like a mix of like maybe Kentucky, Tennessee, and Texas a little bit. It's hard to put a finger on exactly what
Missouri,
it is.
Missouri, the way it is it's more Midwestern with like a touch of Southern. It's less Southern.
Missouri's a weird state. It's like it's confused about what it is. It is technically a Midwestern state, but if you travel south in the rural areas, they'll tell you it's the South.
Yeah.
And culturally, it will be very much like the South. So yeah, it's kind of like a confused state. It's confused about its identity.
Unfortunately, the pizza place that I was looking at, they closed, so now I have to find alternative pizza.
Oh no.
Yeah, debating
Is
whether
I'm
it?
just
to. Yeah.
I'm just over here like
You want?
just
I can't
Domino's.
be Mitzi trash pizza.
Yes, you absolutely can.
Yeah. Mitzi, hungry. Big
Mitzi,
Mitzi.
you forget where Mitzi comes from. She has eaten her fair deal of trash.
I'm looking. Well, it's also like there's pizza I haven't had before though.
Yeah, well, stop being a snob.
Oh, but it's delicious to be a snob. They have Hawaiian pizza at this one place though.
It's it's also expensive to be a snob, so stop it.
Oh. Okay. I'll just look up the
Bon
Domino's.
the fangirl says, "What's Lackadaisy about?" I'm a little new. Sorry if you answered it before. I answered this a little while ago. If someone else maybe wants to
Yeah,
take a crack.
Yeah, honestly, so the best way to find out is to just go read the comic. It's really, you can get through it in in just a 2 or 3 hours if you just sit down with it. But the general the general summary is it's 1920s prohibition era, and it's a group of cats who they're all trying to run an underground speakeasy, and uh, getting into a lot of trouble along the way. It's a lot of fun, and it's very dramatic. Like, this is definitely a drama, with comedy sprinkled in, so that it doesn't get too heavy. But yeah, it's if you enjoy any kind of like gangster media, like if you like The Godfather, but don't want to don't want what is it? What am I looking for? Godfather is pretty heavy-handed and very serious, and there's not a whole lot of relief there. So if you like that, but would like some levity to a story, sort of like that, Lackadaisy. That's kind of where Lackadaisy lives, is sort of a comedy drama.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of absurdity woven into Lackadaisy, which I think is fitting for a decade like the 20s. It
Yeah.
just seems like there's like this intrinsic humor to such a bonkers decade. So I like to play with that and let it be fun. And it's yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Maybe a little bit of like if you mix The Godfather with like a weird Coen's brother comedy. I don't know. It's not actually, yeah, I don't think it goes nearly as dark as The Godfather, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's
It's like
been telling
there
people,
is
it's like
there
you
is
could watch it with your like the comic you could read, and then in the future watch it with your mom who enjoys true crime stories.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had people tell me they like read it to their kids. I'm like, I don't know, some parts maybe are not quite.
Yeah. Honestly though, like
but-
when I look back on the cartoons that I grew up with, like Great Mouse Detective and Fievel Goes West and those kind of things, it's like there's alcohol, there are like very very suggestively dressed like cabaret dancers, there's smoking, there's all like very adult themes in the media that we used to consume as children. So
yeah, I think kind of bizarrely we've like culturally we've gotten even more a little bit prudish about like
yeah,
what
I think it's 'cause
passes for
the-
children's entertainment.
Yeah,
Like
it
a
got
little too
stricter.
overprotective of
Mhm.
Partially, it's like the way that films are defined. Like you have your G, your PG, your PG-13. There wasn't a PG-13 for a while, so just all kids media was just thrown under the same label. So stuff that was meant for 3-year-olds would get thrown in with the same stuff that was like meant for 12-year-olds, and it just wasn't the idea of like what was appropriate wasn't hammered down. Disney's like conceit as being like so radically safe that like you couldn't even have a character smoking if they were a bad guy anymore has been cemented at this point.
Well, it's like in like we've heard from our friend who used to work at Cartoon Network, like you can't even depict anybody who's riding in a car like not have a seatbelt on.
Yeah, that was actually a thing. So I worked on the season 1 of the new Ben 10, and we had a whole scene where Ben's like flitting back and forth between different forms of himself, and the RV is being driven. So the RV is when the RV isn't moving, they don't have to be in seatbelts, obviously. But when the RV is moving, then that's a concern. And so we had to have a whole conversation about what would be allowed, because it was physically impossible for him to be strapped in, given like where he was at the story. It's like there's no way you could strap him in. We came up with a sort of a compromise that he could not wander into the front seat, basically.
Yeah.
He had to stay in the back, just because that would be the safe spot in an RV. But it's absolutely like a conversation that you have. And it sounds really dumb, except that the concern is that children do replicate these things, and they want to avoid, well, A, they want to avoid liability, and then B, I think just it is something that occurs in the back of people's minds. Like, you don't want to be responsible for some kid like getting killed because they decide to replicate some stunt that you put in for entertainment's sake. So it's a little bit of those two things, but I do think that it gets a little ridiculous sometimes. Like one show I was on, it was for very young kids, and we had characters. We had a character whose whole thing was a candy-based house, but we weren't allowed to show them eating too many cookies. Because that
What?
would get a no. Yeah, it was like, oh, you can have a candy-based house, but you can't eat it.
So, like, what is Cookie Monster like?
Yeah, that's one reason
So, like,
Cookie Monster doesn't actually eat cookies anymore.
Cookie Monster comes with a warning now, like a
Yeah.
diabetes warning.
Well, he has
or,
to
I
like
mean-
eat veggies and that kind of thing, because it's like it's very young kids. They want them to not just be cookie fixated.
Wow.
But it was ridiculous though, because it was like the nature of this show. It was a candy house, and the character makes sweets. That's how she is defined. But we can't have them eating the cookies. We also had characters that were like on a roof fixing the roof, and we had to like have a discussion on like the characters putting up safety equipment on the roof to fix a cookie roof. It was so nutter butter. Part of it also is that if you don't have someone like in your corner to push back against that kind of stuff, then you're constantly on the whim of like whatever you're worried about. So someone needs to be higher up than you, who has the ability to say, no, I'm gonna put my foot down on this. And that gets complicated on different projects, and then also like, you know, how many layers of people do you have to approve it through? How quickly can you get the approval? Sometimes it's just easier and faster if you just avoid that conversation altogether.
Yeah.
So like I don't know if anybody's noticed, but there's weird like what constitutes a PG-13 movie can be radically different. Like a film could come out that could be more of an R, but it gets a PG-13, versus something that might be more of a PG, but it gets a PG-13 also. And that's dependent on like who is speaking for who, and the ability of the company to kind of put its foot down on what rating it wants, and what rating the company believes it could get more money by being so, and etc., etc. And like you see kind of this more and more separation between what is adult versus children entertainment, because that wiggle zone is just difficult to advocate for. And you know, everything's fixated on like, oh, we have to hit this one demographic, and yeah, it's just this whole business shenanigans.
Yeah. Nicholas Neighborhood asked, does Aunt Nina actually really have a soft spot for Rocky? Like a second son kind of feel?
She does. She has mixed feelings about him. Obviously, he's been a source of a never-ending headache for a long time. But I mean, obviously, in his younger years, it was more of just like he's kind of a rascally handful. But things took a turn later on, and she kind of had some reasons to not think of him so innocently any longer, and so he got kind of unceremoniously booted out, and I mean, when you're a teenager, it's you can do more damage than you can as a little kid.
Yeah.
And so not that he was ever really like intentionally. I think he just had some trouble controlling himself. He's just like can't keep himself in check. So yeah, he's anyway caused some trouble, and yeah, so she's got mixed feelings. I think she's concerned for him and worries about him, but he's also like such a um, reminder of painful things and such. So she kind of keeps him at arm's length, and I mean, I think she'd like let him come inside if it was, pouring rain. But she obviously she grudgingly does laundry for him sometimes, clearly. So, and I'm sure she feeds him, when he needs it. But yeah, she kind of like keeps a bit of a distance there. There's some coldness there, yeah, some injury that was done, and so.
Yeah,
I mean,
I got the pizzas lined up. Since I'm ordering from Domino's, I can order a pineapple pizza. They have Hawaiian pizza, so I will be getting a Hawaiian pizza.
Yay! Are you gonna get?
What?
Yeah. Did you see what I typed?
What did you type?
To you.
You want? Oh, they have a deal. Okay, no, I didn't know that they had a deal.
Yeah, they have if you go on the website, it should display it, but it's a deal where you can get 2 like 3 topping extra large pizzas for $8 each.
Where is that?
The only hitch is that you can order online, but you have to go pick it up when it's done, which I'm fine doing that.
Okay. So this is that week-long carryout deal, or this is sounding like a Domino's ad now. Sorry. So
yeah, it's the week-long thing.
Okay, good. Okay, let me do that. So carryout. Is it the one on Sunland or the one on North Hollywood?
It's
a Sunland one apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Let me just do that. Let me do the North Hollywood one, because then you just had to go down the street, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Less doing around.
Yeah. So we can get a big old Hawaiian pizza, and for the second one, honestly, whatever you pick for that one, I'll be fine with.
Okay. I was just gonna get like a basic like meat supreme kind of a thing.
Okay.
So
if you'd be willing to include mushrooms on it, I would be appreciative.
I would love mushrooms on it.
Okay, so what were you about to say?
I was going to say some of the stuff Fable was describing a little while ago was making me think of the Hays Code. I don't know if you, if the audience is familiar with what that was, but I think it was actually 1927, which is actually when the comic takes place, is when the Hays Code went into effect, which was a Hollywood, was basically the rules by, like the new rules of prudence by which like Hollywood movies had to abide in order to pass muster. It was it was actually 1922. But I guess some political contingencies felt that things were getting a little too risque, so they they decided to put their boot on that, and there were a number of things that
it really squashed a lot of the inventiveness of American cinema. It was just a bad move overall. So whenever you look into like the history of comics and cinema, the Hays Code is like this blot in the middle of everything, which just kind of stopped a lot of things.
It was just creatively black spot. It's just kind of, but some directors had some very clever ways of working around it. Gene Wilder was one of them, but Billy Wilder. I'm sorry, not Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder's the actor. But like the let's see. I'm trying to find a list of some of the stuff that they couldn't do.
I know they couldn't like do any undead things.
Yeah, and like they couldn't, like gangster films were really popular, but they could like because of the Hays Code, they could never show like a gangster couldn't die a heroic death, and they couldn't kill police officers or law enforcement officers like on screen, and they couldn't and the only way you could have a heroic end for a gangster is if they like fully recanted or something in the context of the film. It's really kind of funny. Yeah, it was just really weird stuff. Things about like the use of the flag like had to be respectful in all ways at all times. Let's see, men and women couldn't be depicted in bed together, which is why I think you get a lot of that those like separate beds, like the mysteriously separate beds in the bedroom, and like in like sitcoms and movies and things, like in the parents sleep. Like I think there was some precedent for that. Like I think there was like according to my father anyway, like it wasn't uncommon for husband and wife to have like two twin beds instead of like a single bed in the bedroom, but it also wasn't uncommon for them to sleep in the same bed. So it wasn't
taboo to share a bed unless you're
planning
to have a child.
Right, yeah. Procreative purposes only. They could not depict
terrible marriage.
Okay, so here's one of the more infuriating ones. They could depict black slavery, but could not depict white slavery.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, they also could not depict sexual relationships or imply sexual relationships between white and black races.
I'm so glad that we're at least beyond that.
Yeah, at least it's not. Yeah, like when I say like
it's not just like racism isn't dead, but at least we've improved.
It could be a lot worse. Yeah. And it certainly was at that point in time. So I think Discord's turning us all into robots. I apologize if we're coming across badly in the stream here.
I'm just trying to build pizza and like thinking about pizza, and I want so badly to talk, but I have to order these damn pizzas.
Yeah.
I have to like reconstruct a pineapple pizza because of the way this coupon works.
Yeah. Jonathan Cortez said, "What's up, Lackadaisy panelists? Just discovered y'all through Michael on his Twitter and listened through the entire Honeycast podcast episode you guys just started on. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see the finished short film." Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah, the encouragement is much appreciated.
Yeah, definitely. We came into this not knowing quite what to expect with the Kickstarter and everything, and we've been very, very pleasantly surprised by the kind of outpouring of support. It's been
we
kind
really
of overwhelming.
appreciate
Really,
you guys have been amazing.
Yeah.
It was definitely, with everything going on, it was a very much oh God, how's this gonna go? And to see this much support, it really has helped me hold it together in a big way. Like.
Yeah,
it's hard to express just my appreciation for you guys' support. Just even like you guys, like when you share it and you like make art and talk about it, like it means a lot, like a lot.
Oh yeah, like those of you who do fan art and everything, and obviously it's not just you that we appreciate, but just to let you know, it tickles all of us pink when we see new fan art coming in. Exquisite says, "Is this channel going to post more often during the production of the short?"
Yes.
Yeah,
that's the plan.
Yeah, well,
in fact, that's one reason why we're trying to do some streams and stuff, is to get more people following this channel, so that news is kind of, so people can kind of like get Lackadaisy news promptly whenever we have a video for certain news related things, or like extras or that kind of thing.
We'd like to do more streams, and we'll try to vary up who's streaming and who's answering questions, so that we get some voice actors, some character designers, animators, background artists, 3D modelers. People can come in and answer questions about what they do. Maybe some of the musicians would want to join us at some point, so that we can kind of like give viewers a chance to talk to, and anybody who might be interested in doing this kind of thing as a career, future, side project or something like that, can kind of like get an idea what it's like and what's entailed in the different like aspects of how you put together an animated film or just a film in general.
Yeah. And I know that the Honeycast folks, Ashley and Michael, they've expressed interest in hosting us again. Over time as we're as production continues. So, but most of the content I know like is going to want to be hosted here. Um, for everybody. All the Lackadaisy fans. So. And let's see what else.
Up to 3 toppings. Okay. Alright, so I gotta take away some toppings. Darn. Up to 3. Okay, got it. Pepperoni it is then. And then mushroom. Maybe all onion. Okay, so pepperoni, onion, mushroom, or pepperoni, mushroom, green pepper?
First one.
Okay, alright, cool. Make sure that this is... Yeah, that's matching the deal now. I got too excited and forgot the limits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lemon Katie asks, what would all of the characters think of modern day things, such as flat screen TVs, iPhones, etc.? I mean, anyone from the 20s, I think, would be absolutely baffled at modern technology, but probably very excited about it too.
Fairly mystified, yeah. So
Yeah.
1927 was an eventful year. One of the reasons I picked it as a time to start. It was actually the same year that the television was first introduced. Of course, nobody had them in their homes yet or anything, but the very first television broadcast was actually in 1927, and it was of Felix the cat. So I thought that was kind of fitting.
So for my reference footage that I took for Rocky and his fucking up for this particular scene, I actually, to get in character, I did some light cosplay of Rocky, and I was lining my eyes and my mouth and my eyebrows, and I was realizing actually that the way he is mimics that the silent movie era like makeup very well. That really strong theatrical makeup. So,
yeah, they would.
Was that intentional? Because if so, that was smart.
I wouldn't. No, I can't give myself that much credit. I didn't. I wasn't thinking along those lines. But yeah, they like in the 20s, like film and theater weren't quite so thought of so separately yet as two different art forms, and so a lot of like the theater makeup you would see would like bleed over into film, and so they'd like powder their faces and put really really dark lipstick on and dark eyeliner. Even the men would wear like eyeliner and like draw over their brows to pull their features out from their face, and so yeah, you get kind of that interesting like.
Jonathan Cortez asked, I have a question for the creator. Do you have any other projects outside of Lackadaisy in terms of comics or animation in the works?
Not currently. Lackadaisy is just like eating up every single bit of my time. I have like this idea in mind for doing a like I have got like a little notebook that I have some ideas scribbled down in, but it's like nowhere near showing it to anybody yet. Like a little anthology of horror stories, like little horror comics. But yeah, I don't know if I'm ever going to have time to really sit down and flesh that out, or maybe someday when I finish Lackadaisy, hopefully before the apocalypse takes us all out. I will have time to like sit down and work on that. But I don't know yet if anything's gonna come of it. Sometimes ideas brew in the back of your head and they just never really get anywhere, and sometimes they become a thing. It's yeah, no, I mean between the between freelance gigs doing illustration stuff and commissions for people and doing this animation thing, I just have no time to like even think about anything else. I'm also doing like cat rescue stuff constantly, so it's like every time I turn around, there's another cat that needs rescuing, another feral cat that's like showing up injured or needs to, or having kittens, or something needs to be taken care of. So that eats into my time a bit too.
Hey Ash, a Dr. Pepper or Fanta Orange? Or Sprite, apparently, because that was the thing we were joking about.
Sprite.
Sprite.
I will always, I'll always choose ginger ale, but if it's not available, I will choose Sprite.
Well, kind of want the Dr. Pepper because that goes well with booze.
Okay. I mean, that's fine too. I like Dr. Pepper, so.
Okay, cool. Then I will get a 2-liter bottle of Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm. Is there an option to get a 20-ounce Sprite?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yay, thank you. Let's see. Miriam asked, does Mordecai listen to music at all? And if so, what kind of genre?
I wouldn't say he's like a habitual listener of music. But certainly if he was listening, it'd almost certainly be classical music. I don't think he like the jazz music that plays in the speakeasies all the time. I think he finds that fairly insufferable. It's just kind of noise to him. So
have I don't think Tom Lehrer is from his time period, but have you heard the song "Poisoning Pigeons in the Park"?
I have not, but that sounds like an interesting pastime for a sociopath, maybe.
Oh my goodness.
I have a character who I came up with him. His name is Gunter, and I came up with him well before I discovered Tom Lehrer. But then I discovered Tom Lehrer, and I'm like, that's just Gunter on piano, and it just delights me. I love this song. I'll post it in. I can't post it in chat, but
I can share. I think I can share the link without.
Yeah, share the link. It's "Poisoning Pigeons in the Park" by Tom Lehrer. If you enjoy some dark piano comedy music, it's great. Okay, I think. So I got cheesy bread with spinach and feta as like an extra.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
delicious.
Something that like Clint can eat.
Did you get some marinara dipping sauce?
Yeah, maybe I should get more than one though. I get 2.
Yeah.
I hunger for that. I hunger for this garlic liquid. This terrible. This is all like artery clogging shit. Okay, I think this is enough. I'm gonna order it. Oh my god, a lava crunch cake. It's very tempting, but I think I have enough. But it's tempting, but I know it's not going to be good enough. This is Domino's after all.
Yeah. Listen, they do pizza well, considering, that they're a chain.
Yeah.
But might not trust their desserts.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ordering this.
Okay.
We saved $30. Hooray.
Huzzah!
Yeah, that's pretty good. Delivery method: carry out. Get it from the Hollywood place. I'll give you the location. I will link that to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will PayPal checkout. Sorry for the freeze on the animation, guys. I gotta order that pizza. Have you guys looked at what I drew on the pizza? If you look at the stream right now, look at the image.
What? Oh my god, hang on. Let me maximize it. Ordering pizza. Just random flying pizza. Gonna smack him in the face.
It's going pew pew also. It's about to pew pew into his mouth. That pizza.
Oh my god.
Has Rocky ever had a pizza?
Probably, yeah. I mean, pizza wasn't the cultural phenomenon, like the widespread, like cultural phenomenon it was in the 20s that it is now. I think it was more like the late 40s and 50s that like ordering a pizza pie became like a stylish thing to do for any American. But St. Louis has, like a lot of cities had, still does have neighborhoods that are of like immigrants. So like there was big part of Soulard was very Eastern European, like Croatian, and then we've got like the Hill, which is very Italian area, and so you could have gone to the Hill and gotten a pizza. And we've got like or formerly had the Kerry Patch, and that was like the Irish area of town, and so yeah, it was you could certainly find pizza around, but it wasn't something like friends wouldn't get together and be like, let's order a pizza. That just wasn't something you could do in the 20s, but you could certainly go to an Italian restaurant and probably
it would be like ordering like a whole lasagna.
It would be considered ethnic food at the time. So yeah.
How fancy this pizza. But yeah, that's one reason why I'm curious if he would have eaten a pizza, because it would have been a bigger deal. It would mean that he would have to go into like an Italian restaurant, and that someone there would have been like, oh yeah, let's have this bread sauce. Yeah. And like what his reaction would be to being introduced to a pizza. Like, because I don't even think pizzas at the time were like that similar to current pizza. Like,
no, it probably would have been closer to like a deep dish thing, I think.
There would be cheese everywhere though. If there was even actually, yeah.
Yeah.
He would make a mess is all I can think of. Just attempting to eat. But actually, people would be eating it with a fork and a knife, but then he would come up with the idea of eating it with just his hands. And they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Sometimes if you're on the road and you just don't have utensils, just, yeah. Anything is finger food.
Domino's wants me to make a pizza profile.
Just eat spaghetti. Eat spaghetti with your fists.
I don't have any forks.
Stuff some in your pocket for later.
Would he be allowed to put syrup on pizza? I'm not sure that Rocky's tastes are that terrible. Where would he have syrup? Would he have like pocket syrup then?
No, he doesn't, unfortunately. I don't think he had effective means of carrying syrup around with him.
In my purse. I have syrup in my pocket.
I have known people who carry like those honey bears around, like in a pocketbook. Like, how do you? Are you worried like you're gonna get honey all over everything in your pocketbook? But
that's only if you don't want honey all over everything.
Right? Maybe you do. Maybe
yeah.
You just want to be like surrounded by bees and ants at all times.
He has a cloud of defense around him at all times. Nobody will touch him. He's out in the field. It's like, oh no, my honey bear busted.
Yeah, if you can't afford a bodyguard, then that's one way to solve that problem, I guess.
Okay, Ash,
surround yourself.
I have ordered the pizza, and I think I gave you the link to where to pick up the pizza. So if you want to pick it up in 12 to 22 minutes, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll head out at like 8:30 should be safe to.
It doesn't have to be me that picks it up, right? It can just be you.
No.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it can be me. I just need I might need like the order number or something like that.
Let me make sure that I have that for you, if there is an order number.
DJ Pyro, do you want to? He says, have you guys heard of the unofficial Lackadaisy theme by Toxo Dentrail? If you want to post the URL for that, go ahead. I should be able to allow that manually if you post it in here, or I can find it myself and share it.
Oh, someone earlier asked if it was okay if they animated some of the animatic. Go ahead, but at some point I might, I will have to be clear if I retweet it, for instance, and share it, that this is like a fan work and not part of the official thing, so... but yeah, I mean, I saw someone did, they animated over the animatic, and I was like, oh, that's pretty neat. I think if you want to do that, it might be a good exercise for you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think so long as you're clear that,
it's
wherever you post that it's a fan work.
Yeah, just
and
make
not
that
official.
clear so that people don't think that that's what the animation's gonna be, because that's my only concern, is that someone conflates it with like the official thing. And that wouldn't be fair to you either, because it's like that's your work, not somebody else's work that belongs to somebody else, beyond just like where you derived the boards. So Feel free. I'm fine with it. Just try to make it
Also-
clear that it's a fan work.
Yeah, it looks like we just went over 198K
Oh my god! Really?
on the Kickstarter.
Yes. Spike earlier today was like, it'd be so cool if we got 200K with not even 20 days to go. Yeah, that'd be amazing. If we could get like an extra 2,000 today.
Oh, I mean, it'll I don't think it'll happen
It might not happen
today.
tonight, yeah. But we did make a
but
decent
tomorrow,
amount already.
because
Oh,
we've
yeah.
we've been making an average of like 2,000 per day, ever since it kind of leveled out, and so I think we'll probably meet that goal tomorrow for the 200K. That's
Yeah,
assuming.
that'd be great. Maybe we can make a little bit of a push to retweet and stuff.
Yeah,
and I can post some of
I'll
that.
definitely have the highlights reel done and
Great.
ready to post
Yeah.
tomorrow. So
Yeah, awesome.
I'm looking at the dashboard right now. I haven't
See if
seen
I
it in
can,
Kickstarter, see
I
what
can-
the rate is.
I can share a little bit of that VizDev art.
yeah,
Be a nice post to make. I still haven't posted to Webtoon yet, because you're supposed to post comics, and I want to just post like some of the art, but I don't know if I'm gonna anger some people if I post something there that isn't a comic.
They'd be so mad to find out that the comic they're following is also getting animated. How dare.
You might be surprised. I get like
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm more
most
like,
places.
I'm more like, wow, you guys.
The commentary, like most places, are more forgiving of the stuff I share, but Webtoon is just like, yeah, they'll just, if they aren't pleased with you about something, they'll let you know.
Webtoon is a harsh mistress.
It is a demanding one, yes.
Cheyenne asks, what are you guys' favorite interludes from Lackadaisy? Mine is when Mordecai and Rocky talk about waffles.
I mean, that is probably one of the best. Period. I mean,
we've been talking about seeing if we could get Michael and Sungwon to record that one for a stretch goal. Or so yeah.
We'll see.
I don't think I'm allowed to have a favorite.
You can have a favorite.
I don't know that I do. I think Ghost Duck and maybe the Exterminator one are the ones that I'm most proud of. The one with the rats.
Yeah, I really like that one too. Is that one moment where Mordecai goes very kitty?
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
that is very cute. I love it.
Yeah, he's just surrounded by vermin and does not
the
care
fact
for
that
it
that
very
one
much.
is like functionally sort of canon. It's like,
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
it
that
fits.
is canon.
It is. It fits right in
Yeah.
with why he cleaned up that room. Not only cleaned it out, but cleaned it up.
Yeah. Just the sheer horror. It's like he must have been like, oh my god, I was gone for how long and it got this bad? It's like he must have been the only guy who ever cleaned it in the first place.
Penmark says, Ms. M, I have a thing for you is my favorite. That's one of my favorites too, where Rocky presents the cactus thing to Mitzi and she's like, you can keep it.
Yeah, why don't you just hang on to it for me?
Is Cactus Friend
someone
canon? Does that actually exist in his car?
Cactus Friend does exist. In fact, I think you can see it when Ivy is driving them back from the funeral home, and Rocky basically admits that he's been living in the car, and
It's so
Ivy,
sad.
Ivy
I'm like,
glances.
"Aw."
Ivy glances into the back seat, and you can see the Cactus Friend back here. That thing's gonna end up like if they stop fast, it's gonna like be implanted in somebody's head. But
the things that we could
or go
do
through the windshield.
if we got this turned into a series, like you could do little gags like that. Where they'll just like stop on the brakes really quick in a conversation and just like lands in his lap. He's like, eh.
Yeah, even just having it show up like very briefly in the background would be fun. Someone actually made some like an actual sculpture of Cactus Fred recently and shared it. I need to find a link to that and put it up because it's hilarious. And
So
you know, in the way that it's terrifying, but you know.
I'm very glad I took the video reference of performing this because it is actually making everything go a little bit faster. This sounds weird because it's just such a common thing for animators to record themselves doing the action before they animate, but I mean,
a fall is kind of...
I'm not confident about my physical performance, and I'm not very confident about my physicality in general. That's one reason I had to like go out of my way to cosplay Rocky in a small way, just so that I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like put my brain in the mindset of this as much as possible to make this work. What were you gonna say, Ash?
I was gonna say that trying to act out a fall is kind of a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, I busted my knee doing it. I can't link it to chat, but at some point this is probably gonna go on the bloopers reel. But on my best take, for my recording myself, as I do like the mock stumble fall that he does in the animatic, I actually land on my knee and I suddenly like roll over and Peter Griffin goes, ah, and like gripping my knee, and I'm just saying, fuck you, Rocky, under my breath over and over again.
He is a curse.
If he's not hurting himself, he's hurting you. But yeah, it's pretty funny. My writhing in pain is very amusing.
Aw, Marion says, a bit off topic, but as I was watching this stream, my cat started giving birth. I'm naming the firstborn Rocky in honor of this wonderful coincidence. Aww.
Oh, wow.
What
congratulations on the new arrivals.
We gotta hear about the Rocky kitten.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I hope
that's so.
I hope
good.
it all goes smoothly for Mama Cat.
Yeah.
I happen to have what is this thing? It's like a mandolin. I don't have a violin, but I have a mandolin, so I was like swinging around a mandolin for my performance and trying very carefully not to hit like Ashley's work area behind me, and like I have so much garbage around my feet. It's kind of funny swinging around a mandolin. I'm glad I had it though, because it's like it means that I have a prop that's like somewhat in the weight and scale area of like what he holds, so I don't have to like pretend to hold something, and that can affect my performance a little bit.
So, Deku asks, I never made it all that far into the series thus far, but I must ask, what's with the skeletons in the Lackadaisy caves? Was that from the cast or something more sinister?
Ooh.
So the caves in St. Louis are an actual thing. Like the whole city is on top of a cave system, a limestone caves, and there were a lot of animals that would fall through or get stuck in them, and like peccaries, I think is what the bones that were down there that were mentioned in the comic, but those are like small wild pigs. And other creatures would befall similar fates. Sometimes cows would fall in and just get stuck in the caves and die there. But it was also implied that there were other bones there that were maybe not animals, or not animals in the sense that they were not.
They were put there.
Yeah, they were. It's a place to put, unwanted, rubbish that you had nowhere else to put it. So yeah, I mean,
It's okay, Rocky. You can just live in the cave with the rest of the rubbish.
yeah, yeah. No, it's yeah. Some of the I'm sure some of the side effects of doing business in the 1920s, the bootlegging business was some people met with violent ends, and sometimes you just had to find something to do with them afterwards. So they probably just threw them in the caves back there.
Like feeding them to pigs.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, there's worse things that could happen. They could get fed to pigs, or
Okay, so Name Coming Soon asks, did Ashley Nichols join the team first, or did Michael join first and Ashley joined in? So Michael is our Rocky. Ashley volunteered to bring us on to the Honeycast. It was really sweet of her. If she joins the team in official capacity, that will come later. But right now, she's just been our support and cheerleader, and of course, like keeping Michael imbibed with syrup. So
yeah,
yes.
she did she moderated one of our she was sick at the time, so she didn't stay too long, but yeah, she moderated on the launch day for the Kickstarter,
her
our
team,
live stream.
Her mod team, she offered them up because we knew that we were gonna have like, I didn't know how many people we were gonna have, honestly. We could have had very few people, or we could have like way too many people, and the worst case scenario was too many people. So she offered up her mod team to help perch over the chat to make sure that nothing got too crazy. And it was nice because we had several hundred people, and that was like an easy day for them. They're like, this is so calm, what a nice community. So they got to just chill out and enjoy things. But yeah, so Ashley has been providing some background help basically on like some, I guess you could say some helping with some marketing, getting the word out.
Yeah, she's been very generous about helping out. Dorian says, I once found a stove in a cave in South County, St. Louis. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm sure you can find all kinds of interesting things. So the thing about the caves in St. Louis is that there are lots of weird little access points and entrances to them. A lot of them have been unfortunately destroyed when the highways were put in. Particularly Highway 55 was just like they ended up demolishing a whole lot of the cave systems. And so, but some people have like access from their basements and or like weird little spots in their yard where they can get to it, or and then like some, and the people would just like use it to throw trash in, and like it'd be like probably in some places people even built like outhouses over the top of like cave entrances, because it was just like, oh, there's already a pit here. So like when my house was built, it didn't have indoor plumbing, so there was like an outhouse in the back. But yeah, like, oh, I actually just read an article the other day that they finally found English Cave. I don't know if Dorian, if you have heard of that particular cave, but that's probably one of the most storied ones around, about when it comes to like loggering and prohibition and different like folk tales about it. But they finally found an entrance to it I think in Denton Park. I'll see if I can find the article, but if you're interested in like St. Louis caves, that's like kind of big news.
It'd be fun to go visit, I have to say. Like I like I've done a few like research trips for Umbagog. Umbagog. I always mess up my own pronunciation of my own comic. It's like
but, it is a peculiar word.
It's an Abenaki word with a intonation that is not American English at all. And while I'm from New Hampshire, I'm not from the particular area that the comic takes place in, so it's more natural for the folks up there to know to say Umbagog, and like you say every syllable, but like in my brain I'm so used to like reading it off, not hearing it, that I so Umbagog, I've done many research trips up there, and it's always been a good way of like, if you're setting a story in a real world location it's a really good way of kind of like seeing a place with like a fresh set of eyes, like suddenly noticing the little details, like how like architecture and house placement and like why certain buildings are where they are, and like an interest in the history and how that's reflected in the area, and like the way people speak and why they speak, and lingo
Yeah.
that's specific to them. And it's a really, like, as a person who really loves fantasy and world building, I think one of the smartest things I did was setting that in like a real world location, just because it gave me an excuse to pay more attention to my home state in a way that I wouldn't have
Yeah.
otherwise.
I was just about to say, like, I like the project I did before this one was like fantasy setting and was just kind of like made up. Like it has some basis in typical medieval European culture and background, but by and large it was just like an invention. And there's certainly a lot of like exploration and stuff you can do in that. But when you're doing something that has some basis in reality, when you're looking at it through the eyes of like a writer who's trying to enrich their like fictional version of this place, it's like such a magical like perspective change. Like you just look at things so differently. Like I lived in St. Louis for quite a while before I started the comic, and but it gave me this such a new appreciation for everything here, and like all the history around me, and all the different like little stories there are in the nooks and crannies, and it just like the way you look at everything is just so much more rich and interesting, and you come at it with a certain curiosity that you maybe didn't have before, and a new appreciation. So yeah, it's really neat. I've been so interested in things because of the comic that I otherwise wouldn't have even given a second thought to, like, different dialects and things like that, and like limestone caves and quarrying and mining and things like that. All this stuff that I had to look up and become interested in for the sake of the comic. I actually like developed a genuine interest in it, and it's kind of neat because it's like you learn a lot.
Yeah, I'd say if, like, as a person who, I don't think I had like a terribly great interest in people in general growing up. I was just kind of like, I don't know, I was so burnt out on other human beings that I was like, fuck it. But starting my own comic and shifting my mentality to like paying more attention to people in general, I feel like that was some of the best therapy that I could have done. Even though comics are really hard, research is fun. It's like, if you love research, I mean, why not do art also to like express what you're into? And sometimes you also, through that research, like, you discover things that you wouldn't have known would interest you. Like, I did not give a crap about fashion until engaging with it in a meaningful way, where it, like, you had to do a deep dive and start like thinking about how people dress and like why they would dress this way or that way. And I haven't gotten nearly as nitty gritty as you have, Tracy, because my characters are modern. And if they're dressing in a weird way, it's because they're weird. But it's just really interesting to dive into this subject matter, which has a lot more depth than you ever gave it credit for. I feel like if you want to learn history, try to write a story that takes place at that time. And then you'll start
read
going,
about
like,
that time.
read about that time. Go
And
to the library.
you start making these connections too between like the different changes and different things that happened, and like fashion trends that emerged from it, and stuff like that. Like the way that in the 20s, like, women's suffrage was such a thing, and then suddenly women's fashion was very boyish looking. It was almost like and liberating in a way, because like the dresses got much shorter and hair got much shorter, and like lingerie and things like, or like undergarments, not necessarily lingerie, but like undergarments got much simpler, and women suddenly were doing sports and suddenly going to college and stuff, and all these things are just kind of like tied together, like the fashion expression of the era and the art style, like the Art Deco stuff, and all this stuff is just like so connected. And you start seeing those through lines, and then how it like bleeds into other decades in the same era. It's
you can
fascinating
see, like, there's
stuff.
connections between all these things and how it like reflects up through time.
Yeah, and the way like the 20s was just like a rejection of the Victorian and Edwardian attitudes that came before, and yeah, it's just cool. It's interesting stuff, and sort of less like, and then you can see like the correlation in the way like the 60s was a rejection of the 50s, you know, like all the conservatism of the 50s. It's, you see those like patterns start to emerge in like the way people are, and like
if you have anxiety
definitely.
issues about the world, I'd say start deep, get into history. It helps to kind of start.
Yeah, you start to realize how cyclical things are.
Let's see. Name Coming Soon asked, are humans replaced by cats in this world? Or is it like Fievel in American Tail and Rescuers, where humans exist and the cats do their own thing?
No, there's no humans. I mean, the cats are basically stand-ins for human characters.
They're the human analog.
They're the humans. Yeah, they're exactly. So, I mean, you could swap out. The story would be the same if they were played by humans. But I think it would have a different feel to it. Yeah, I think it
would be a little bit more serious.
Yeah, it's I feel like it's a lot more along the Disney Robin Hood thing, where all the people are animals, but there are also like animals, or like in My Little Pony, where like you have your human ponies, but then there are also like worker ponies who are just animals.
That's weird.
So it's like because
like
Pony.
Yeah, there are.
No, they're not. There's donkeys that they're like sentient beings too. Like I think sheep.
I could swear that I've seen episodes where like they just have normal horses.
No, they do not. They have pigs and they have sheep that seem to be just pigs and sheep. But and it seems like in the pony world that animals in general are a little bit more communicative, but they just don't share a common language. That's one reason that Fluttershy can talk to them.
Okay, well, I apologize. I'm
a My Little Pony
MLP.
Here, about to burst your bubble on your My Little Pony misconceptions. Excuse me, but all ungulates in My Little Pony, like it's like, well, the bison can talk and they have their own culture, and then we know that the like mountain yaks talk and they have their own culture, and every horse and derivative of horse, every equine is a full-on person without exception. However, I think what you might be thinking of is that in Saddle Arabia, they have horses, not little ponies, but straight up, they are horses. They are tall. Yeah. And that looks strange. Yeah. Now we got pony talk in chat. A name Coming Soon. I am a they, not a she, to clarify.
Let's see. What was next? Dorian asked, also, speaking of talking and how people speak, will there be any St. Louis accents? For example, warshing instead of washing.
It's hard. It's such a St. Louis has its weird little like idiosyncrasies in terms of, well, not just St. Louis, but like Missouri at large has some idiosyncrasies in the way people speak, but that identify it as like uniquely Missourian. But like some people, like in St. Louis, people call Missouri, but if you travel far enough outside St. Louis, you get Missouri. But and then you get like, you know, the wash, do like the laundry, or some people say instead of sink, they say zinc. And there's a lot of like other things that are fairly subtle, like sit down is often set down instead of sit down. But yeah, it's one of those things that like some of it I can work into dialogue, but some of it, like if I wrote warsh, it might just come across as confusing because people maybe not, because if someone's just speaking regularly and then suddenly there's just like a misspelled word that's meant to be phonetic, like a phonetic pronunciation, it's a little bit jarring. But if you're doing it, it's hard. It's so hard, and you're always worried that you're being obnoxious, or you're doing a disservice to it, or you're worried that
someone's gonna be like just brutally offended, and because you fucked it up in a way.
So you gotta at least make sure you try not to insult your audience.
Yeah.
Imagine
And
that your
especially-
audience
That's one
is
thing-
the people you're writing.
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
So when
That's one thing that.
sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say when I write the Savoy's dialogue, I more consistently I'm using phonetic spellings because their accent stands out a lot in St. Louis. But when it comes to writing like the characters who are from St. Louis, who have like very subtle accent, like they in terms of like an American accent anyway, they like throwing in random words that are spelled differently. Just it doesn't quite work as well. So probably it won't come up so much. But yeah, I don't know. There are some things that are not spellings though, um, like catty corner. Like people say things like have weird like little like terms for things that
I've used the word
don't quite
catty
align
corner.
with like.
You also you also hear a lot more like I haven't lived in St. Louis specifically, but I did live in Missouri for several years. And when I was living with my then boyfriend and his grandfather, and his grandpa was like definitely using a Warsh and like a pretty heavy southern Missouri accent. And one of his favorite like quote unquote curses was dadgum. He was always saying like dadgummit.
That's hilarious.
And
It's like
it's like he
Yosemite Sam.
rarely he rarely ever like swore for real. But you knew even when he used like the swearing replacements that he was like actually upset.
That's like adorable and like I don't know. At the same time, it's kind of funny. I don't know.
I always have so in my own comic I have I'm gonna circle back to Cheyenne's question through this.
Oh, and
actually,
it's Cheyenne.
Cheyenne. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So I always so in my comic I have a Cajun character, and I also have New Hampshire characters that will have various degrees of stronger or lesser New England accents, and I always tend to like, because it's the region, like I won't push the phonetic spelling of their accent very much, but sometimes I'll kind of like axe out like the last consonant or whatever to kind of give a suggestion for how the word will roll through the sentence. That's just how I like to write, I guess. But my Cajun character, like, he tends to be written more phonetically, but I always try to make his phonetic spelling relatively consistent so that you can easily translate it into your head so long as you understand what that phonetic spelling is. But imagine that's going to be very difficult for anybody who doesn't speak English to go like, why is the spelt like with the D? Why does it say dat instead of that? You know, so I was concerned myself with that.
Yeah, I for my character Marion that I write, which like nobody will know what this is about except you, Fable. But
Marion's a very cool character of hers that she writes on the regular and like has a few like roleplay blogs for. If you are interested in like little mini short stories of just like exploring one character, it's actually a good read. If you like Lugaru, Marion is pretty cool.
Yeah, so you know she lives in Houma, Louisiana, and one of like I feel like one of the most fun things, but also one of the most daunting things is writing her speaking, just because she's supposed to have that thick Cajun accent, and one of the things that just like warmed my heart so much was I had a few like actual native Cajuns actually reached out to me because they had found the blog, and they were like, I just want to thank you because like you write the accent the way it actually sounds, and I can still like comprehend what she's saying, and just like about the slang that I use, they appreciated that I've obviously done some research, and
I have a whole Cajun dictionary
like writing,
just to
like
refer to when I'm like stumped on whether or not the cat should that's the name of my character, whether or not the cat would slip into using certain language over others. and it's always
Yeah.
like a tricky
I
business.
find it's
yeah.
it's also
so
like so
tricky.
funny because the cat puts it on
He
so
does,
much.
so I have to. It's
And
like there's a
so-
whole other layer to how he talks. That is like, he's not from Huma or Catahoula.
Yeah.
He's actually from the New Orleans area. So like
Yeah.
his speech patterns are influenced by proximity to New Orleans, and it's like also a mix of like his own like how his grandparents speak, but also the fact that like since this is modern times, like like Cajun kids his age don't actually speak quite in the same way as like his grandparents would, and that's just, like a whole thing. So
Unfortunately, like
Yeah.
Cajun French is a dying language.
yeah, it's
and,
very difficult to research. So circling back around, Cheyenne asked, just to let you guys know, who people who watch the Honey Crash stream might know, Ed does a pretty good Cajun accent from what I've heard. If you're suggesting that we should hire Ed to do the accent, to do either like Nicodeme or Seraphine, we're gonna try to find people who are actually Louisiana Creole to do those roles, because
authentic would be best.
Authentic would be best. We really don't want someone to act the accent, because that can come off
even
very
if-
awkward.
I don't
even if
want
they
it to
do
be
even if they do it well,
Yeah.
like it's better to try and at least find someone who has the authentic accent
Yeah.
first. And like
if we don't
Yeah.
if we don't have like someone who is authentically Cajun French or has a Creole background that can, or grew up in that area, then I think having someone consulting on it would be good, but we'll see how that works out.
Yeah,
But
that is one reason why I want to hire someone who already has that background, because I don't want to add another layer to
if we don't
complicating the performance.
Well,
But
it's like
also-
the Kickstarter is great, but
Yeah.
we're still gonna have a limited budget.
Yeah,
So
but also like there's a couple complications with having Ed on the project that we actually had to go over with Sung Wong. Ed is part of SAG, I believe. I might be wrong, but I believe he's part of SAG, and so SAG is the actors union, essentially.
Screen Actors Guild.
So they have very particular rules about what kind of jobs you can take, and they have to all be union productions. And this is not currently a union production. If we were to go to series,
They have rules about-
but
They have like rules about the rates you pay as
Yeah.
well, and it's really high, and like way out of the league of like somewhat like a small operation like that we can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
That we
it's-
can't
it's-
pay.
you
we
guys
can't
are
pay
looking at
multiple
that and
actors
going,
at
like, oh,
that.
that's a lot of
Like-
money, but it's really not as much as you think.
Yeah, like their
Oh,
their
shit,
pay
I
rate
need,
is based on.
I need to leave and pick up our pizza.
You go get the pizza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Their pay rate is based on like what multi-million-dollar film budgets pay
Yeah.
actors, and so we can't compete with that. We can't do that. But they also have laws that like if you are on something, I think every actor needs to be paid the same rate as you if they aren't.
It all makes it makes a lot of sense. Like, I'm not disagreeing with how they do things. It's just that we cannot
Right,
we literally cannot afford to have a SAG team. So and besides that, I mean, what I'm hoping for is that if this were to get picked up as a series, then we would want to take it to a union shop, and then it would be a union production, and that's what I
Right.
would push for. And then that would actually bring all the voice actors that we have who aren't union into SAG, which would be great for them. So yeah, but we can't.
It could be great for them. It can be a career killer too, because you have to pay dues to be
Yeah.
in SAG, and if you're not getting constant work, steady
Yeah.
work, you just signed yourself up to pay a bunch of money for no reason.
Yeah,
that
it's-
doesn't really benefit.
It's basically
Aside-
it's a whole big, sticky, complicated thing that is like the behind the scenes nitty gritty of how Hollywood works, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of like I wouldn't recommend anybody join until they're getting like steady work and steady income from their acting, whether it's voice acting or stage acting or what have you. Or, I guess it's screen only, not stage, but
Yeah. So anyway, but beyond that, like, I love Ed's work, but I don't think that I'm not sure that he would. His voice doesn't sound like Nicodeme to me, So I feel like Nicodeme would have a bit of like a playful deepness to him. And I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's got a pretty deep voice.
Yeah.
I had anyway, so we'll see. We do have some. We did have some interesting submissions
A while ago,
for
yeah, but
those, but
I
yeah,
definitely am looking forward to putting out another call for that at some point
yeah.
in
I
the
think we'll
future.
get some more traffic at this point
Yeah,
when we do.
it was very difficult to put out the call for voice actors when you couldn't talk about what you were working on.
Yeah.
that was very that was very difficult, and we basically Mike's connections to the no, Mike's not union currently. Mike's connections to the voice acting community at large meant that when we put out a
Helped a
call,
lot,
that he
yeah.
was able to like pass it along to people and basically say like, oh, okay, this is legit, which encourages people to try out that might not otherwise. And also like because he knows certain people that might be good for the role, he can also be like, hey, try out for this. So the voice acting community is pretty tight. And they it seems like from my perspective that they tend to look out for each other, so they're like, I know you would be good for this role, you should try out for this, is kind of one way to get work, actually. So it's very worth it to develop a relationship with your colleagues and your peers.
Yeah, get to know people, because that's how you find out about job openings and
Yeah.
things. I mean, whether you're an artist or as a freelancer or an actor or whatever you're doing, those connections can be so vital. Let's see. I'll try to pick up where Ash left off with questions. I don't know where we were.
I don't know what the last one was.
Hey, Newt.
How
you
hey,
doing,
Newt?
Newt?
Hey.
Newt had a big old booty computer issue.
So, not going to get into the details. If those who are in the chat do not know, I'm the 3D modeler for the animation project, as well as just a 3D modeler for myself, but primarily for the animation project right now.
Also,
and my graphics card just exploded.
Yeah, bad.
Oh,
bad
that
news.
sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's those two things don't go well together. That graphics card and 3D modeler. Also, Newt is the community leader over at the Lackadaisy Discord. So
Yeah.
wearing multiple hats.
He is good dude, the Newt. And I talked to Newt also about maybe being our on-call IT guy, which would be very helpful. So if the same thing that happened to Newt happened to someone else, then we could talk to Newt about it. Oh no, my graphics card exploded. It is currently on fire. Oh no.
First step, baking soda, right now.
Oh no.
Slap it with
Slap
a
it
wrench.
with a wrench.
Thank you, Deku Scrublord.
As long as it's out of warranty.
Oh my god, these chickens.
But
they're so
I
excited.
will say
about things.
thankfully the card is in warranty, so I get to RMA it for free.
Oh,
Just given the COVID-19 stuff, the shipping time is a bit long, so I have an interim card coming in. We'll be here Thursday. I'll install that in the machine, send off the old one, have a new one back in about a month, send off the interim card, and we'll be back to square one with no money actually spent other than time and shipping. But we'll be all good.
Nice.
I'll be back in the saddle in 48 hours.
Yeah. I'm gonna say also that maybe around 9:30 the stream will stop. That's 9:30 Pacific time for anybody who's not living on the west coast of the Americas. Of North
I was about to say it's midnight.
Yeah. But because I gotta stop at some point and eat food, because I know if I don't make myself stop, then I will go until like 2 a.m. readily, and that's not healthy. Plus, I want to play some Animal Crossing. It's good for me to take the moment. I want to get my town to the point where I don't feel embarrassed to give my friend code to people.
Aww. Sadly, my Switch made it into storage. It did not make the move.
Oh no.
I feel left out. Oh no.
It's
You're left out. You don't have a Switch? Do you want Animal Crossing?
What was that? I think.
Wait, were you asking if I want Animal Crossing or if Tracy
No,
wants Animal Crossing?
Yeah. I mean, I can't
Oh,
give it to
me?
you, but
Oh.
I'm just curious.
I have a Switch. I don't have Animal Crossing, but I don't have time to play either. I was gonna say I feel a little. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know who that question was for. Feel a little left out because that's what everybody's doing right now. But I just, I was like the last thing I was playing was Link's Awakening, and I have gotten maybe like 20 minutes into it. I just have no time for games,
God,
really.
yeah. I love video games, but it's like finding the
I
time
do
is
too.
so
I know.
tough.
Yeah, all that goes out the window when you're trying to get some big project done.
Yeah. I actually, that's why I'm trying to make time, is so that my entire day is not just work. It's like I need to like imbibe media, and right now the only other thing I do besides take care of my animals and work is to watch anime or play things in the background on YouTube. But I think like the being active and like doing a video game like gets my brain into space which like can help clear a little anxiety because like I'm doing something that involves my brain that's not just work related and it's not just like skipping through Twitter. So I don't know, it's just me trying to like come up with a better mental health routine that makes it so that I don't get so exhausted so easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need
problem
downtime
just-
to be a creative person. You need to.
You can't just constantly be producing things.
No, I regularly burn myself out trying to do that, and I never learned my lesson. So, Deku says, one last bit of questions before I skedaddle for now. If I may inquire, how's that board game play, and will you ever plan on making some dice as standalone? I want to flex on D&D night with the lads. I guess I could have some made. So that was a I can't really go into much detail about it, but that was a three-way like contractual agreement between the game designer, my former publisher, and me. And I'm no longer like under contract with that publisher, so I need to get back with the game designer and see if they want to produce more of the game, and maybe they'll be interested in doing dice, but I don't know yet. I can't do that until summertime anyway, because of contract details. But we'll see if there's an interest in it. I could explore that. Yeah. I definitely thought the dice were pretty snazzy, so
No,
I was
why you have Scream?
Uh-oh.
Sorry, my babies just probably pounced on one another.
It sounded like someone like fell off of something. So.
Probably. They're very dramatic. Like the tallest thing in their coop in their little pen is just like 6 inches off the ground, so they can't possibly hurt themselves.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Mono asks, would you ever want to work with Vizzy Pop in the future? If Vizzy, I mean, I've asked to Vizzy about doing some more work for Hasbin or even Helva if it pops up, but that's up to her, not up to me. I would be interested if she ever wanted to, like, if there was like podcasts where we could just like chat about making cartoons together. That'd be pretty neat. Because we're kind of in the same boat in a way, being on the interwebs with our projects here. She did pop in on our 12-hour stream when the Kickstarter launched. She popped in and she was chatting for a bit. We talked a little bit cats. That was nice. I really want to meet her cat.
She's offered us a little bit of advice too.
Yeah.
I was chatting with her on Twitter DMs the other night about logistical stuff, about like organizing virtual studio and all the ins and outs of that. So she's been very helpful and supportive. So behind the scenes.
Yeah, like Viz's work and like her breaking ground on figuring out like how to do this kind of like virtual studio thing has been a big deal. So like super loads of credit to her for figuring out how to actually make a production function in such a way that you get such a high quality project. Unlike like a lot of YouTube animation tends to not be that great. Like you could easily imagine Has Been as being on TV. It's not a big stretch of the imagination. Versus just like a lot of projects I see are via the limitations of certain things and like having to keep crews so tiny. They have to keep things like relatively simple. So figuring out how to like expand on that idea is to create like a bigger crew, like one that's staffed more akin to like how a studio is staffed. In like physical space is pretty cool. And I know that it's not that Has Been was like the first virtual studio, but it's the one in which I am the most aware of how they got put together and like the effort that went in behind the scenes and everything, as opposed to one like I think Yada does a lot of their work virtually. So the familiarity with how that's done and like the ability to converse with someone about like how they put it together like means a lot. It matters a lot. And then so I'm able to like merge those experiences of like working with people on the internet and virtual projects with my my own like freelance and in-house studio background, and try to figure out like where can I kind of like match my knowledge with that knowledge and like find out how to efficiently do everything. And it's just something that really interests me. I really love figuring out how to build workflows and communicating with people and how to make that go easier. And because it's an interest of mine, like I'm down for taking on that struggle. A lot of people I know they're like they might sort of like the idea of like, oh, if I have my own show, but they don't really want to. Even in my field, you'd think every other person would be like, I want to be a director. But for a lot of people, once they see what a director does, they're like, I don't want that. They're like, I don't. All I want to do is make the artwork and then go home. I don't want to invest so much of myself into this because I want this to be my job, and then I have my own stuff, which is totally okay. By the way, like that's not like they're less than or anything. They're extremely skilled artists who are just like focused on doing that one
it's
thing
really
very well.
It's like what are you going to find do you find satisfaction in like people wrangling and delegating tasks and figuring out what needs to be done and when and what schedule and how to coordinate this and that and to keep everybody like stylistically in check and everything, or do you want to put all of your energy into just like doing art? And so that was like something I ran up against in the game industry too, where I was at times I was doing art all the time. Like I was happiest when I was just animating and rigging and doing character models and things. But then I was frequently in more of a like art director role where I had to do like task delegating, hiring, interviewing, training interns, things like that. And I didn't much care for that. So
yeah, it's like a whole skill set that is interesting in its own way, but it's not the same as just making raw art. And that's even something that I'm gonna have to consider as the project goes on, is that as it goes on, my ability to directly make the art, the more I try to take on, the more it actually doesn't serve the project. So trying to make sure that like I always give myself enough room to be the manager and not just an artist on it. I mean, and that's one reason why I put a lot of thought into like who I'm bringing on the team, because I want to make sure that they're the kind of folks who like I can have like a good communication with, who work in such a way where like they kind of match the vision I have for the project, and also like Tracy's particular tastes, and that kind of thing. So okay, we got some questions.
Oh, I wanted to get to the one. I don't know if is Newt still here.
I'm still here.
Okay, so Brandon says, does Newt the 3D modeler have a gallery somewhere? Did you want to share? I don't know if you don't feel like it, that's fine too. But
I did reply in the text.
I
mentioned
missed
that
it.
No, it's okay. But I mentioned that I do have a gallery, and I shared the link. It's not always up to date in any respect,
Okay, cool.
but up to a few
We're
months
gonna
ago.
be we're gonna be showing off some of the model work that Newt has done in the near future.
Yeah. If
Got
not
some
for
like
this sudden error, we probably would have had something to share a little bit sooner. But we got to get that fixed. So sometimes it just happens. So many
And
projects. It's like the moment you have something big that you have to do, your computer decides to shit the bed. It's just
and it's
how
so,
it works.
it's so taunting because I'm on the computer right now. It works fine.
yeah,
But
my powers.
the
Yeah.
moment I open something that hits the VRAM on my card, be it a game or my modeling software, shits the bed instantly.
Yeah, it's
Con-
always like times like these when the computer decides
Yeah. So
it's gonna stop working. My power supply on my Cintiq died, and I had to order a new one, like rush order a new one from Amazon. But like you can't rush order anything right now because of the pandemic. So
you got to be extra patient right now.
Yep.
DJ Pyrotechnics asks, "What would the Has-Been Hotel look like in the 1920s Lackadaisy universe?" Well, they'd all be cats. So
I don't know. It'd be kind of an interesting mix of that like super warm palette, like the pinks and reds with like Art Deco. Would be kind of a neat look, I think.
I mean, isn't that what Alistair's all about? He's from the 1920s, isn't he? Because he's like a radio guy.
He's the radio.
Yeah, he's the radio
I don't,
demon. The radio guy,
I don't know.
that guy.
Yeah, he's got kind of that transatlantic accent a bit. But
it would just be
that
musical
voice
sequence,
crackle, but
where everybody gets like their outfits switched out.
everybody turns neon.
Yeah. So it would be that, but they're cats. So that's what it would be.
The whole thing would look like a very over the top Vegas casino.
Yeah. Was Vegas wasn't like a thing in the 1920s.
No, it was not until the 40s.
Yeah.
It was when Bugsy Siegel, in fact, who I guess did we establish that you were not related to?
I am not related to Bugsy Siegel. We share a last name, but I actually asked my aunt who has done the effort into like kind of collecting family history. Are we related to Bugsy Siegel? And according to her, we actually acquired our last name via an adoption. So like this woman was adopted into the family of a man named Siegel, and her son acquired his last name. And so that's how we got our name.
Okay.
And so, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and there's like a whole storied history and yada yada that I ain't gonna go into. But as far as I know, we are not related to Bugsy Siegel. It just is a name that was common among a lot of Jews in the area. So, yeah. Whole show is just Aristocats. Everyone wants to be a cat. Yeah, that would basically be Lackadaisy Has-Been Hotel. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it was 1946. Bugsy Siegel had. I think it opened in 1946. The Flamingo was the first Vegas hotel casino built. They had a big, celebrity-studded opening, and it was very rocky opening because things went awry. Like people couldn't show up who were supposed to be there. Yeah, like Clark Gable was supposed to show up, or like I think Clark Gable, or who was it? Who am I thinking of? I can't think of the actor's name.
Tracy, I'm trying to pun here, and you're not following my guessing.
I'm sorry. I was like lost on my own trail of thought there.
Her history nerd is coming out.
I'm nerding out. Sorry, but
don't apologize. I love it. I'm like, ooh, goody! It's story time with Tracy. Let's learn about 1946 and what Bugsy Siegel was doing in the opening of it.
Yeah, he just kind of went out into the middle of the desert. We thought he could build like this resort place for like celebrities and people in mostly building it with Los Angeles in mind as like the primary audience who would just travel out there to come and like get away from it all and
it was
indulge in indulge in the gambling, because it was it was a place where you could gamble, but it was like just this like desert, like there was almost nothing there but old like gold miners and things like that. Yeah, so it was off to a bad start, and it cost so much money. It was mob funded. I don't know if like that's widely known, but if you've seen The Godfather, they like allude to it quite a bit. But it's based on like the actual the way things unfolded. It was the New York mob that Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky and all of them who backed it and funded it. And Bugsy spent a little too much money and maybe pocketed some of it and ended up getting assassinated. So, but yeah, that was how big
and he currently resides in the Hollywood's Forever Cemetery. So, Tracy, if you ever come out here, we can go to a graveyard and go find where he's currently buried.
That would be awesome. I've always wanted to go to that cemetery. Actually, I'm like totally obsessed with.
I've only gone there.
I don't know if you.
And it's always a good time. It's really
that's awesome.
All the
I don't know if you are familiar with Ask a Mortician, like Caitlin Doty. Find her if you. If you don't know her, she has the best YouTube channel, just full of like death factoids and like celebrity death stuff, and it's respectful. Tracy, it's so respectful and it's so interesting.
To bullshit like
okay,
that,
I will absolutely. Oh yeah, she's amazing, and she's like a huge advocate. She's launched her own like natural funeral service thing where you can just be buried without any of the fuss or like embalming, or you can have a home funeral. Like yeah, it's great.
I really don't want all the bullshit. Because I don't want my funeral to be, like, so expensive that it puts my grieving loved ones in debt. But also, I just want to be worms, man. Just let me have my
there's so many
second life as worms.
So many aspects of the funeral industry are so, like, forgive my language, but so fucked up and so manipulative and so exploitative of people who are grieving. And there's all these, like, they'll lie to you and tell you that you can't have like a home funeral because you can't have the body in your home and it's dangerous or stuff, but that's not true. And so she advocates for like people, if they want to have a home funeral, if they don't want to pay someone thousands of dollars to do like a standard funeral home thing with embalming and makeup and everything. And, you know, you can just, she like will like help you arrange a funeral in your own home and do it like if you want something super simple, you can do that. And if you want a natural burial, she'll like help you arrange that. She's just super cool. She's also got like books out, and one of them's like a recent bestseller. So I think it was like, will my cat eat my eyeballs or something like that. Like if you die, which is kind of true. They might.
Cat's hungry, wants to eat.
Yeah. Once you're dead, you're meat.
The cat honors you and eats you.
Actually, some dogs will do that too.
Is it pizza time? Pizza time?
Bringing you some pizza. Honey.
Pizza time! Pizza time! Oh, let me clear off an area so I can pizza time. There we go. I got too much trash all over around me because I don't have a life. I live here at my computer.
There's your pizza, and here's your very fancy glass of Dr. Pepper.
She served it to me in a wine glass. Thanks. I appreciate it. Where's my pineapple pizza? Is that on here?
Yeah.
Good. You got me all. Oh, good. Fantastic. Give me like a whole variety plate. This is great. Oh man, I want to bury myself in this. I'm debating now whether I should just sign off and eat the pizza.
Is that one of the services she offers? Pizza burial.
Pizza burial. Please bury me in pizza, yes. Pizza coffin.
I almost worry that would be more expensive than a traditional.
The worms would eat you faster.
A pizza coffin? like a pizza box? Or does it have one of those little like
pizza box? Yeah. No, you get
one of those little like
formed into a pizza.
It comes with one of those little plastic things to hold the top up so it doesn't like crush down. And
Epic DJ Gamer Boy, the voice was Ash Wagner, who is our Mitzi.
Oh yeah. Ash has been gone for a little while, so.
All very
pizza coffin comes with some of those little peppers that no one ever eats too. Like
oh my god!
I hate the peppers.
I usually will eat like half of one, and then remember why I don't bother eating them.
I like the peppers.
Someone asked a while ago, what frame rate does Lackadaisy play on? That'll be 24 frames a second, like standard.
Yeah, we're
animation.
doing 24 frames a second, HD aspect ratio. Just because it's like playing around with other aspect ratios and frame rates. It's not standard to how people generally work, and I want to not throw people a curveball. And then B, in consideration to how movies of the time generally were, they were actually tended to be more square. They weren't like 16:9 ratio. But I don't want to work in 4:3. So I thought about whether or not we wanted to do anamorphic, which is a different ratio than HD. But that kind of was tech that happened later on. So if we do any of like black bars, it might be just for like singular moments or whatever to emphasize something, which is always a feature that I find cool. But no, we're HD like 16:9 ratio, 24 frames per second. It's this wasn't a way I wanted to get fancy. I wanted to make it easier for people to animate on it, not harder.
Trying to figure out where we are with questions. Sorry for the silence.
No, I think we're fairly. Oh, I do remember someone asked something along the lines of what cake.
Wither Wolf asks, as someone who hadn't heard of Lackadaisy until the Honeycast stream, where should I go to view the comic? Lackadaisy.com or Webtoon would be the place to read it. Webtoon is formatted for mobile, and Lackadaisy.com is like all the pages in their original format.
Jessica, so we have a number of questions rolling in right at the front. Jessica Tucker specifically asking, are you drawing over some of the 3D models or are you using a toon shader? As I understand it, we're animating over the 3D models at this stage, but later in, for the sake of efficiency, we'd be looking to do toon shader implementation as well?
Yeah, I think we were going to look at some toon shaders to see if we could find something that achieved the look we were trying to get, which is to make it integrate, not seamlessly, but integrate well enough with the background art and the character animation that it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb, like, oh, here's a 3D model, but it's still got to look like it fits into the rest of the art. But
my way of picturing things is generally like how the Great Mouse Detective handled its 3D was pretty cool, but I also want to make sure that we kind of keep a certain illustrative quality to everything. We can't go super illustrative on the characters just because that's more time, that's more rendering, and so we'll be playing a little bit with different lighting styles and how we want to specifically render the characters past just that flat coloring. And the amount of what we're going to be able to do is going to be based on like that Kickstarter funding. So the more money we get, the nicer it can be, which is great. Yeah, we would like to get nice shaders that can kind of replicate how Tracy already illustrates, because that would be that much less work for our environment artists to have to do, because most of the 3D is going to be the environment stuff. The props and things will probably be drawn over, like they're not going to be rendered out as illustratively, because it's really weird when you have a character holding something that's like clearly not rendered in the same way. You want them to kind of, that object not to stick out like a sore thumb. So like if they're holding a flashlight or a violin or whatever, that's gonna be a 3D model that the animators can refer to and manipulate as needed, but not like a render. But say a car would probably be rendered though, as much as we can. So
Right.
yeah, and it's all in the service of trying to get like better quality work for like less time, and like less time means less money, and we want to try to get this project done all within a year. So I have like a whole time budget listed out, which determines our monetary budget, like month to month, basically. And the we really don't want to have the production drag out past a year. Like that would make that's like past the point where you can predict like how expensive things are gonna get. And we also want to move on after sometimes. Like we don't want to work on this for like 3 years. That would create a snag in like everybody's schedule that we don't want to have due. And also, if it takes us 3 years to make like a 10 to 15 minute short, I don't think that illustrates like what we're capable of as well as if we get it done within a year. So, because if the argument is that we want this to be a series, and then how long is each episode going to be, then you have to ask like how long does it take for each episode to get made, and how expensive is each episode. And if this project exists as like a test case, and we just start like going over the budget, going over time budget, like all these things, then that doesn't reflect well on anybody who's looking to pick it up as like a full series potentially. So that's all stuff that we've had to keep in mind.
Right.
But I think I've done a good job of at least like breaking down like how much time it will take to get each element done. I'm trying to be like very generous about how much time it's gonna take everything, because I always like to give yourself like knowing how much you think it will take, how much time you think it will take, add on like at least 3 times more time. Because it's always better if you bring everything in on time, like well before when it's due, when you said like when it's going to be delivered, versus like going over. As I've experienced, because I have a number of commissions that I still owed people because I thought it was going to take me a week to do something, and then it turned out that it did not take me a week to do something, and so I have like some year-old commissions that I still have to finish right now, like a handful of animated commissions actually. So.
There was another question by Nicholas Neighborhood. Do you guys mind if people practice animation with the characters? I really want to animate Rocky.
Go ahead.
No, actually we love seeing that sort of stuff. So feel free, by all means.
Yeah, just
if it's good practice, or
just make it clear that it's fan work, just so that people who are like stumbling in the tag know that it's not like part of the official project, just to avoid confusion. That's the only thing I would request. Just make that clear.
Let's see. From Lemon Katie, Kati, do the characters purr since they're cats?
Well, Nicodine probably does.
No, it's not. Yeah, they're not quite so literally cats. We had some funny conversation about that earlier, but yeah, they're functionally they're people. Visually, they're cats. They don't. I mean, they have some cat like mannerisms, but they don't like groom themselves with their tongues or chase after tinfoil balls or anything like that. So, well, at least not. Maybe Rocky does.
Not when they're sober.
But, yeah, not when they're sober. Not the normal ones. Like, so no, I mean they don't like purr like cats do, or
it's
use
more
a litter box
aesthetic,
or anything.
yeah, than literal.
Yeah.
So think more DuckTales and less Beastars. So, in DuckTales, like, they're being animals is just aesthetic. Like, them being
except for Donald, because he still, like, has a very quacky...
in universe, he has a speech impediment. They make that...
yeah. Okay. I haven't caught up with the new DuckTales yet, so...
There is, did see some bit of the Donald Duck comic where they're talking about going off to hunt ducks, and Donald acts all shocked, and then his relative turns around and goes, no, real ducks.
That's hilarious.
So then one has to assume that in the Lackadaisy universe there probably are cats, but they're just real cats.
Non-anthro cats.
Yeah. The same as we would regard a monkey, I guess. It's like, well, I mean, it's related, but it's still an animal.
DJ Pyro says, Mordecai and cake. Does Mordecai like cake? Happy birthday, Mordecai. Oh yeah, his birthday is later this month. He'll be 121.
He's pretty good looking for an old man.
Yeah, long lived. I was gonna say longevity, but failed.
It's all that clean living.
Yeah. I guess if he indulged too much in cake, he wouldn't have made it to 121. But no, I don't think he's much of a cake fan. Not really very into sweets. But I imagine there's probably some like really good Jewish pastries he'd probably defer to instead.
Yeah, no, we love our sweets. That's for sure. I would say he probably knows a good recipe for blintzes. Those are good. That's some.
What are those croissant things? They're like rugula.
Yeah, rugula. My grandma makes rugula. It's freaking to die for. The family goes nuts and like, oh my god, there's rugula, and they'll like fight over it. Who gets the rugula?
Nice. Yeah. We'll give him a birthday rugula. We'll stick a little candle in it. Is it Char or Shar? Shar Reed says, is the animatic done so far? Going to be the first episode pilot? It's the first part of the first scene of the film.
Yeah, it's the first piece of Act 1.
So it's not. It's not even the first act. It's like just a tiny part of what we've got planned.
I'm almost done. I think what I can do is I can get down to these are very rough, but if I can get down to just like making him fall and then see how this plays out.
From Jose Manuel DSJ 49, is Wick haunted by anything other than the ghost duck?
Mitzi.
And Rocky on occasion.
Yeah, Rocky. By way of Mitzi.
I really like that scene where he menaces Wick in the garage. It's just so good. I want more of that. Rocky attempting to be threatening, and like he is legitimately threatening though.
It's his teeth. It's all those teeth. It just all he has to do is bare his teeth, and it's like I like drawing Rocky doing the threatening thing because he never puts on an angry face or like it's always like a smile, but it's like this menacing, threatening smile thing that he does. So
someone definitely needs to do the "You're Never Dressed Without a Smile" Alistair, but like he's singing with Rocky because those
my God.
It would be a mess. It's like, oh no, the toothy boys are at it.
So yeah, I don't think Wick is haunted by anything other than maybe his bad choices in company that he keeps. That and the duck.
Is the duck canon? Is it just some personal delusion?
It has been mentioned in the canon comics, so
he drinks too much, basically.
He's well, he's got some guilt hang-ups too, I think. I think it's the duck isn't necessarily a reflection of like the this particular thing, but it's like it's just kind of a overall encapsulation of like he's the way he's complicit in the things that he's involved in. And, I don't know.
But
as the customer base.
Cat butt.
So
Can't help it.
Let's see. 5G says more cartoons than being actual anthropomorphics in a science sense. Oh yeah, that must have been a response to someone asking about purring. Yeah, they're more. They're not. I like to say they're not literal cats. Oh no, we have butt cheeks.
I was sorry. I was just like, now I'm just thinking about cat butt.
I think Cats is now out on streaming. Is that right? I think I saw that mentioned somewhere. So I'm gonna have to go watch it.
I'm so sad that they
Just
removed
out of morbid curiosity.
the butthole. I mean, you said it was just like a fur pattern, but I'm like, if you're gonna go as weird as you did, why not let them have buttholes?
Yeah,
Fuck,
I don't really understand so many of the
why is
decisions
some of it
they
okay,
made.
but some of it isn't? I
don't know.
Did they know what they were making? That
I don't know. It's just like it's weird. It's weird, but somehow like kind of likable as like a stage play because like the theater costumes are cute and appealing in ways that the CG stuff just does not accomplish.
Not when done.
And so it's like,
for sure.
And so all the weird like sexually like suggestive dancing and stuff that they do doesn't come across as like unsettling. But like in the film, if they're doing that same stuff with these like Ken doll like frames with like I don't know, it's just kind of
like the effort to desexualize it just makes it more sexualized in a way.
It draws attention to itself.
I love the formal reviews that came out from IMDb critics and a number of other outlets had one consistent theme about them of the movie was okay, it was still a fire in other respects, but I went in and came out unreasonably aroused. More than I ever wanted to.
That's a very kind way of putting it.
This gave me uncomfortable feelings.
I still have yet to watch that movie because I didn't have the money to justify expending $15 seeing a terrible film.
Oh yeah, I don't know that I'm
on Lackadaisy, and it was like, well, it'd be fun, but
it might kill your yeah.
That's it.
Kill your cats for working on cat-based media.
I've been involved in the furry community for too long to get that spooked by cats. I've been
like, even the furry community was like,
they were like, no, it should have gone harder. And they're right.
Yeah, just I mean, pull out all the stops if you're gonna get weird about it.
Yeah,
I mean.
the furries know. People ask us like, why are furries like that? It's like because if they went halfway, it would be stranger.
Aspen Arts asks, how long has Wick been haunted by the duck? I think he's been like he shot a duck when he was a kid because he was supposed to because he was taken on a hunting trip, and he felt guilty about it and cried, probably much to his father's chagrin. But yeah, I think he just held on to that guilt, and I don't think it was probably until later in life that he actually started seeing a duck when he was like pouring whiskey in his morning breakfast eggs or something. How would you feel if a video version of Lackadaisy, animated in the style of the Cats film, manifested in your house?
What?
I would probably leave my house. I would break quarantine and leave.
I'd be bashing down your door going, where did you get that tech? Be like, Ghost, do you want to be on my team? Apparently you can just manifest an entire movie.
I would have to grab you by the shoulders and shake you and tell you not to go in there.
But think of the savings, Tracy.
We'll just turn the webcam on and then we have our film.
Basically. Maybe that's how the original Cats movie got made, is just a ghost appeared and just delivered it.
It was trying to haunt and horrify people, but they were like, no, we can sell this.
Yeah. The problem is that the ghost never anticipated that capitalism exists.
Didn't count on Andrew Lloyd Webber being that much of an opportunist.
Yeah.
From Random Mapper Scratch Robloxian at Lackadaisy, so I'm assuming you, Tracy. How are you feeling this afternoon?
It's nighttime, but I guess it feels like afternoon to me because my schedule is so messed up. But I'm all right. I'm tired, struggling with some exhaustion. I'm trying to juggle a few too many things right now, but the Kickstarter chaos has died down a little bit, and though we're still pushing it pretty hard, I'm able to get back to doing some of my Patreon stuff, some comic work, and some I got some patron reward art to do. I'm working on that now. And
Speaking of,
I
we
don't know,
are
doing all right.
There's
at
something that I want to do eventually with all y'all is I just want to sit down and have like research day where we just watch a ton of old movies, just back to back. We're just sitting there.
Yeah,
and chatting
that'd be
about
fun.
it, and, yeah,
It's just hard to find like time when people have that kind of like everybody has free time at the same moment.
Yeah.
to do that. But yeah, that'd be fun.
yeah.
If we could find something in the public domain that we could stream, that would be cool. But I don't know if
There's
there's
probably
really
only a few. If we got to do a private stream, fine. I mean, I'm talking about just like crew purposes. If
Oh,
we could
okay,
do
yeah,
anything
that'd be-
public, that'd be cool. But I
cool.
doubt that there's that
Yeah,
much available.
yeah, it'd have to be before 1923.
Yeah.
And the earlier you go in the 20s, the more rough looking the movies are,
It's
and
pretty primitive, where it's just technical demos basically, where they're like, "Look what we can do," and it's like
Some
it's
of them
interesting
are
as a
hard to-
historical note, but it's about as interesting as like the first
Yeah.
3D movie is not that interesting.
yeah, it's hard. It's a little hard to watch. It's a little hard to get invested in.
In fact, a lot of the movies that are that I want to look into are like more in the 30s, honestly, but I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, the
It's for
30s was
inspiration.
really when the 30s was really when the Hollywood golden age began and ended too, in a sense. But yeah. But it was also extremely well, problematic in many ways, but we don't need to go into that.
Yeah.
They were
There's certain
studio-
like very well known
the studio
films
system
that I frankly don't want to go back to.
yeah,
Birth of the
19
Nation is a very well known and important film in film history, but I have no interest in watching it.
Yeah.
yeah. And then there's like the other stuff that's like problematic too, but still like considered classic stuff. Like I think 1939 was both Gone with the Wind and I think what else was it? Actually, I think was 39 also Wizard of Oz.
I mean, I would love to rewatch Wizard of Oz though. That's less bad. There's a lot of there's a lot of like thriller suspense stuff that I would love to dive back into, and like I have some familiarity with. I took like a whole course on freaking Hitchcock, and so just everything that influenced Hitchcock and Hitchcock's work himself, and
Yeah,
just
like
that
anything
got pushed into my brain.
anything Fritz Lang is still very watchable.
Oh, Fritz Lang's
like
great.
M.
Yeah.
M is a great movie, and there's a few I haven't seen, like some of the Dr. Maybius films. I'm mispronouncing the name. Like The Gambler and stuff. But then there's also like the extremely well. There's Metropolis, which everyone knows, and there's the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. There's some really neat. In the late 20s, there was some pretty interesting horror films that came out, kind of predecessors to the big monster movies of the 30s, like those classic monster movies of the 30s were like just starting to start up around the late 20s. You started seeing like that kind of flavor.
Yeah. Bonbon asks, Fable, you're animating, right? If you are, what do you use to animate? This is Toon Boom Harmony. The project is going to be done in Toon Boom. Because it has like a good mix of vector tools that simulate raster-based tools very well. It's quickly becoming a standard in the animation industry, so it's easier to find people who know how to work in Toon Boom. There's certain features of Toon Boom that I appreciate over Flash/Animate as well. And while I really love TV Paint, it's very expensive to get TV Paint in. The number of people who know how to use that program and have access to it are far fewer, unfortunately. So this is Toon Boom, and that's what the project's going to be done in for the most part for at least the 2D animation sections. I am looking into how grease pencil inside a blender could be used for possibly blocking out some animation roughly if we do like a camera move inside of a 3D scene and we want the character to move through that scene in such a way that we could just block it out in grease pencil real quick, and then export that work into Toon Boom for brushing up and cleaning up, and then putting it back into Blender for a re-render. And in general, like, that's something I really want to play with, is taking the animated work, turning it into a grease pencil object, and then having it actually be reactive in some way to the lighting mechanic that exists within Blender. Thoughts on Adobe Animate? I don't like it. They've improved the software quite a bit over the last couple iterations, but Adobe constantly feels like they're about 5 years behind everybody else. And it took them forever just to even include a camera feature in Animate, and it's just frustrating for me. I know some people swear by it, but to me, Flash/Animate is like that abusive boyfriend with which you have fond memories of doing certain things with, but they are still like a jackass who crashes on you all the time and ruins your projects and like never seems to like keep up with the new stuff, and the you know, Animate always seems to be adding on new features that are never really finished features, and they glitch and break quite a bit, and I get frustrated by any program that has that much instability. So I have my issues. I can work in it very well, but that doesn't mean that that's what I prefer to use.
Jonathan says, are there other sentient species in the Lackadaisy universe? The cats are the only ones who walk and talk and wear clothes and
well, what about ghosts? Like, I mean, doesn't that
fire
suggest
ptarmigans?
that ducks
But yeah, I
souls?
was going to say, there are other animals that appear, but they are anthropomorphized to a lesser extent. Like the rats clearly have some like cognizance of things that are going on, and the pigeons in one drawing look kind of sentient, and the
does that mean that maybe in the Lackadaisyverse there's the whole rat Lackadaisy going on that we don't know about?
Yeah, that's what I like speculated about when I posted. Like, I posted a little drawing of the rats at one point, like just by themselves, and speculated that they were also running their own little like operation behind the walls of the cafe.
Rat tattooing is real.
Yeah. And there's like a mini comic that has a little yappy dog in it that seems kind of like vaguely sentient, and there's so I think of the other animals as like I often draw them with like googly eyes, so they look like aware. They're not just like but they're not anthropomorphized in the same way that like the cast of talking cats are.
Okay.
But there aren't going to be like dog police officers or anything like that showing up. You know, it's not like that. It's just.
There was a question I think we passed by Brandon Sanchez. At Lackadaisy, how much of the comic is going to be animated and how much is new? The animatic showed the Dithyram page with some changes to the bridge, then the cop was replaced with Ivy and Calvin.
Yeah, so we kind of wanted to set the tone a little bit with that opening, so we took it straight from the comic. Some things that happen in the
sorry,
it's okay. Some things that happen in the carry on. Have you eaten yet?
It's just the corona. I can eat corona.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
It's sustaining me. The virus is just using my own body to feed my body, and I'm just like cannibalizing myself, you know.
You know, just the usual. Yeah. So the animation is a standalone thing. It doesn't happen within the canon of the comic, but it borrows some bits from the comic. It's its own like little story unto itself, so that you don't need to be familiar with the comic to understand what's happening, or to it kind of gives an overview of the premise, or like the premise of the story, the characters, some of the conflicts, and kind of shines a little bit of a light on places that the plot might go. If we can explore this further with animation at some point, but yeah, readers of the comic will recognize some of the bits and pieces that appear in the short. Like it'll feel very familiar.
Yeah,
So.
I was actually the one who suggested to Tracy that we open with that poem, because it's one of the things about volume 1, like those early chapters, that really stands out in my head is that poem, because it suggests something about Rocky and about like the tone of the story that is very distinct from what you would expect, where we see like this very artistic kind of wistful side of Rocky, where he's like taking a moment to actually be quiet and like kind of more God, what's the word? His loquaciousness is put to good use there, and it kind of gives this very foreboding sense of like where things will go. And I just really, really liked that scene, and I thought it might be good if we opened with that, because it's not expected. It's not musical. It's what's it called? Diegetic, right? Where it's like in...
Yeah, because he's playing the violin,
yeah, he's
so
playing
it's...
the violin. It's not a musical moment. Like, he's actually physically there, like, reciting that poem. So it says a lot about his character in almost the same way as a musical would, but I don't know, it's just it's just that thing that poetry lends that you can't get in a different way. And it leads us very well into like the more comedic moments later also. So and also it's just, it kind of means that you get familiar with one character early on. It's like, okay, so we kind of get a little bit of what this guy's about, just a little bit, before we're eased into like everybody else, because there's a lot of characters that show up, so you want to like space out how quickly they get shown up. So Rocky just being on the bridge and fiddling, and then just immediately cut to them digging into that grave wouldn't be the same. I feel like giving that cushion period of just enjoying the poetry of the animation and the environment and the character and his reflection on everything, and what he says, having time to breathe and giving you the space to like consider his words and play around with like what those things mean within the space of the frame, is just, it's all artsy fartsy bullshit that I love. So I thought that would be really cool if we could start with that. Because yeah, it's different. And it's just a part of the comic that I just really, really enjoyed. So I thought it'd be fun if we could take a little bit of that and bring it in.
Yeah.
We have a question. Angie, small question. After the short film is finished and released, what's y'all's plans after that? If you can't discuss that, that's understandable. We have no sturdy plans after that. It's just, if we can get it picked up as a series, that would really be ideal. That's what we want. We have ideas about who we'd want it to pick it up and like where we would want it to go from that, because this whole thing actually started as a pitch. We pitched it around to different studios, seeing who'd be interested, and that's actually one reason why the short film is getting made, because that was part of their advice, to kind of like prove yourself, basically, because it's so out of the box from what's generally done, that you need hard numbers. You need like proof that this could make them money, because it is a business. And if they don't think that it's going to make them money, they're not going to decide, out of the kindness of their heart, decide to do it.
They are always very risk averse. It's
Yeah.
just natural to the industry that you have to be careful. And
Yeah.
so that's why they keep remaking the same thing over and over again, because they know what sells, you know?
Yeah, it's a
but we
familiar
want new
brand,
things,
so
right?
It's easy to get
But,
butts
like,
in the seats.
Yeah, like, I don't know if you're anything like me. I want to see new stuff, new and different things. I don't want to see the same movie rebooted 4 times over. I'm tired of Spider-Man. I'm tired of Batman. I'm tired of all of it. I just want, like...
I
just have
do
something
really
new.
like Spider-Verse though. If you're gonna do that, like
Yeah,
something
I'm
like
not. I
that is
definitely.
interesting, where it's like part of the
Yeah.
continuum of the mythos of that character.
I mean, it's
rather than
Spider-Man,
just,
but different. It's not just another, like Tobey Maguire,
It's not
whatever
telling.
his name
It's
is,
not
like
telling.
James
Not telling the exact
Garfield.
same story with just different faces.
Yeah,
Right.
that frustrates me because it's like I appreciate the medium of storytelling where you have like the Greek gods, and there's like, there's so many myths revolving the Greek gods, and you can have so many ways of retelling that, and that's something you can do with superheroes. But so often a lot of these reboots are just the studio trying to retain the rights to continue to make films of the thing, and so they just shovel something out, and they're just like, whatever we can do, just put it out. So that's one reason why you see like Fantastic Four movies coming out constantly, and how they always seem to be worse than the last one, even though you think that the bar couldn't go lower, and why they're always production hell. It's because they're just trying to retain the rights. So this is part of the shenanigans of Hollywood, basically, where there's just a whole lot of legal bullshit going on behind the scenes, which means that multi-million-dollar movies get made just to sit on rights. It's bizarre. I just am like, did you want to make money or did you want to lose money? I don't know, but they're convinced that the rights are more valuable than losing money on the movie, I guess. So sometimes it's just about keeping it out of the hands of the next guy, really, just to make sure that they don't get ahead. So if it got picked up as a series, would it follow the comic directly or branch off as its own thing, given that the comic is ongoing, or is that kind of unknown this early on?
I don't know. It's impossible to say. I don't know how much creative control I could exert over something if it did get picked up, and that would be frightening. But
my hope is that with the project that we got, that we might have more backing for saying that we know what we're doing, and so please trust us on this. Well, not please, but trust us on this.
Honestly,
and that's about contracts.
Honestly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, I think, like, honestly, I don't even want to say if, like, I know that this will be completed within the year, but basically just if the project brings in even more like new fans and gathers a lot more hype, a lot more support and everything like that over the next year, if a studio doesn't pick it up, or a studio wants to pick it up but the contract details as far as like creative control and everything aren't feasible or attractive and everything, there's always potential of kickstarting or finding funding to continue the project independently.
I mean, that is a possibility. That's even something that in conversations with Vizzy, where she's like, depending on how much steam it gets, I mean, you could always do it on your own.
Yeah, I think she's using, like, it appears she's using Patreon to pay her art team, basically, to continue working on things that are in development, while I think they shop around the, the stuff that they've already made.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's impossible to say at this point what will happen. The way I see it, I think it being picked up for further development by a studio is fairly unlikely, just because of the volume of things that get pitched and that it's maybe a hard sell. I am pessimistic. I think of it as realistic, but maybe it's a little errs a bit on the pessimistic side. But I just don't want to set people up for disappointment. But I think it's worthwhile. I want to express that it's worthwhile, no matter what happens with that aspect of things. I think, like, if we have I will be proud of it and happy if we have a complete film that we can show off and share with everybody and say, have our names on it and say, I made that. And I think even that would be cool. And, people will have had paid work through the duration of it. And hopefully it'll maybe generate some revenue on YouTube or something on an ongoing basis for a little while, at least after that. So people can continue to be paid, in like
Okay, I'm gonna be playing the sound on this
But-
in a moment. So
Okay.
I was also going to say, speaking of the financials, we did just pass $198,000.
nice, very nice.
Wow.
Let's play this.
Cursed with these spaghetti arms! So, I do what I can. I provide the
Okay, this definitely needs the timing adjusted. That's for sure. But I already knew that. So
I don't think we can hear anything. So.
no, you can't, but they can. So let me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
cursed with these spaghetti cursed with
these.
Yeah, DJ. DJ says I want Lackadaisy to be as popular as Has Been Hotel. That would be amazing.
Yeah, even that would be an achievement.
God, yeah.
That would be beyond my expectation. But I mean, yeah, I just want to finish. I want to get something finished and be proud of that. And whatever happens after that, to me, is added bonus. And I'm happy to take it further. But I can't say it's such an arbitrary thing. It seems the things that get picked up for development, things that don't. And sometimes it boils down to who you know and talking to people at the right time and just having like that fortuitous timing and you never know. So we'll just see what happens and go from there. But yeah, as to whether it would be picked up at all or if it was picked up, whether they would follow the comic or or what, I couldn't say. I would want it to at least bear some strong resemblance to the story of the comic because I would worry that it would end up being something that I wouldn't recognize and wouldn't really want my name on. But yeah.
I mean,
So
if at least you could get a payday at minimum, though, that'd be nice.
well, yeah, but money. I think I would be heartbroken for the rest of my life even if I took if I took a paycheck and honestly I don't even want to pretend that when if somebody options something, the paycheck you get isn't that. I mean, if you're not a big name like screenwriter or who's selling like $5 million scripts or something or $3 million scripts or you're not like a big New York Times bestseller list writer who's you don't make that much. It's not like you don't become rich by just selling one thing to a studio, or having one thing picked up. So even that is just like whatever payment might be involved, and I don't know that there would be that much. It would not make up for it if it ended up being a total disaster fail.
I get you. People have asked me, why don't you pitch your comic? And I'm like, because I don't have enough backing right now to make sure that it wouldn't turn into a disaster. Like I have very specific ideas about how these characters are and how they're constructed and why that are like deeply personal, and so just having it butchered would be
I mean, it's like if you look at Rebecca Sugar, who has like a lot of control over Steven Universe, like that didn't happen overnight. That didn't happen with like Rebecca's first project or anything like that. Like she's been working in the industry for years and years. So you kind of have to gain sort of a level of industry clout to be able to fully control an IP like that.
Right. And in fact, when I was saying things about like people who are on like New York Times bestseller, frequently like someone like Stephen King does get to exert some control frequently over the way things go, but like in production of his stuff. But most authors do not. Most of the time, if somebody options something and then takes it to development, you kind of just let go of it at that point and they do what they will. And there have been many cases where authors have been deeply unhappy with how their material was translated to film or to television or what have you, and just wanted nothing to do with it anymore after that. And
I think if we got like very disagreeable terms, and I would hope that we would have like agents on board who would help like work through all that so that we did not have that kind of thing happening, because you don't want to navigate that on your own. You need to have an agent, otherwise you're thrown to the sharks. And
can we get Princess Carolyn on our side?
My God, if we could get Princess Carolyn, that would make my life so much easier. I need my own Princess Carolyn.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, I feel like if we didn't have agreeable terms set up, where it's just like we're gonna just trash the whole thing, or like take advantage of Tracy's goodwill and her hard work in a way that's like not really not what we want, then I mean, if we were able to like build up the skills via this short film to just go, hey, we could keep going, then one would almost want to say, why not? So long as it wasn't something that would like distract from the comic. But that's getting into like far flung future speculative
Yeah, this
territory,
is
and we're really not focusing
speculative.
on that. Yeah,
Right. We gotta do one thing at a time
we're
and
focusing
focus on getting
this
this
right
thing.
now, because just making this good is what I'm focused on. Frankly, even if like an executive came up to us right now and said, "Yeah, let's make it a series right now," I'd be like, "We have to finish this." So unless you're saying let's use our resources to get this done faster, then I wouldn't. Like there'd be like a lot that I want to at least get this done before we take the next step. Because otherwise I feel like we're on the off foot. It's better just keep focused on the thing that you need to get done and don't get too distracted by too many other things. In fact, like one way I've set up the production is so that Tracy doesn't have to like divide her attention between the short and the comic. She's making the comic as the source material, and making that drag out in a way where it's like everything slows down and then Tracy's stressed out and and we're taking up too much of her time. Like that's not really what we want to do. So Tracy's role currently is as art director, because she knows these characters so well that she can point out, hey, this or this could use some work, or that kind of thing. But I don't want to strain her that much beyond being able to take enough time to just like give a few notes and then get back to what she was doing, because she can't juggle everything anyway. So I should be able to find people who can do enough that she's not having to divide her attention like that. It's that's stressful, and it doesn't really help this project or the original or the comic itself either. So we definitely don't want to step on the toes of the source material. That would be bad.
But yeah, speaking of getting things done, the stream has been running for going on 4 to 5 hours, and I think it's a good time to wrap it up.
Play this just to see how it's going.
Cursed with these spaghetti arms! So, I do what I can. I provide the that is cursed.
That could be a bit earlier. So let's just...
That is cursed with these spaghetti arms! So, I do what I can. I provide the that...
Like his tail puffing up.
Yeah, the timing of this is... definitely needs some work, but I think tomorrow I can get back to it.
Yep.
But
it's hard to talk and do that kind of work at the same time.
Honestly, I'm kind of impressed that I got as far as I did with all the talking. So there's like a few things I really want, like a little milk call head swagger going on in here and that kind of thing. But I can come back to it tomorrow and pick it up, because I've already gotten a decent amount done, and so now from here it's just like managing the timing, seeing if maybe the acting beats need a little brushing up, because there's like a few here and there. I need to do a few more back breakdowns and then just keep going. So I think that's about good, and I'm gonna say that the stream is done now. This will not be posted right now. It's too rough for me to be confident to post. But I am hoping to get this done at least within the next 2 weeks, if not by the end of the week. I just don't want to promise sooner than 2 weeks in case I have to put out fires and all that other stuff. So, but yeah, you expect to see like this short scene at some point up on Twitter, so that we can kind of give folks a little bit of a feel of how it will move and act and that kind of thing, and how strict to the boards it is, because I am not married to the boards as like specific acting beats. I like to play around within that space rather.
Yep.
So yeah, thanks for joining us, guys, and thanks for all the questions and the support and the pizza. Really appreciate that pizza. You fed Mitzi. She's a happy kitty. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Yeah. So, and a happy director too, and my partner is quite pleased too. He has pizza too. So thank you so much for your support.
Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us and for asking good questions.
Yeah, keep sharing Lackadaisy. Tell people about the comic and the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
You can toss it a few dollars. We appreciate it, even small.
And if
it's
if
like
you already
yeah.
If you already have, thank you so much. It means a lot.
Yeah, and any amount is good. Like we appreciate it. Just the sheer number of backers like matters a lot to us.
Whether it's $1 or even just like a reblog or retweet of something it goes a long way, and we really appreciate it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good night, everybody.
You all need your sustenance, so go eat and take care, everyone. Have a good night.
All right,
Stay
bye.
safe. Stay healthy. Bye.
Take care, everyone. Thank you for coming.